Good evening and welcome to tonight's Night Owls. My name is Chris Felton and it is my great honour and pleasure to be able to press play on what is tonight a bit epic, the final Night Owls special. Begin to even articulate how much these shows have meant to me as a night owl, as a listener, as a producer, as a presenter here at the radio station over the years. Totally unique adventures being taken around the country and around the world, and all you need to do is close your eyes, listen, and you're there. The earliest one I remember, maybe like yourself, tuning into these Night Owls specials, was Alan live from Chillingham Castle on the Scottish border, a place that he's become synonymous with over the years. He was taking calls about ghosts for the first hour, and then at 11 o'clock he began walking through the castle completely on his own. I was terrified listening to that, and then every single show from then I was hooked. The idea that you could just take a microphone and turn 4 hours into an experience as memorable as that has just had me in awe of Alan Robson, and always will ever since. With these shows, I'd either be awake until the very end, hanging on his every word, or I'd be switching it off at 10:30 because I was too scared. I went through all of these years absolutely hooked on this experience. Everybody at school, when I'd go in, would be raving about their favourite TV shows and movies. I'd be banging on and on about these shows. They'll testify to that. I used to tape them and listen to them again and again and again, and they totally captivated me, and still do every time I hear them now. They've just always lit me up as the type of radio that I think we've just been so lucky here in the Northeast to have. And me personally, I went from wanting to do radio to needing to, on the back of being able to have these types of shows. Some of them have been ghost hunts, some documentaries, walking in the footsteps, various figures like Jack the Ripper, Braveheart. You know, you'd be listening in, you'd close your eyes, and there you'd be on the darkened, cobbled back streets of Whitechapel, following in the Ripper's trail, or you'd be stood on the battlefield where William Wallace won his greatest victory. You'd be there. You'd be terrified at the experiences of listeners hearing noises in haunted mansions, and you could be in tears at hearing an untold story of true bravery during World War II. And then I had to learn to drive as soon as possible, just because I wanted to be part of one of the legendary Grizzly Trails. Remember those? A fleet of cars following Alan around different areas of the Northeast, telling all the ghost stories about where you live, the myths and the legends. I remember once, in the middle of one of those shows, knowing that Alan was near me area, looking out my window and seeing about 10 cars going past me roundabout, and to this day I'll never know whether that was a group of night owls who lost their way, got lost, or whether it was just a coincidence. But it didn't matter, because I could just go back to my bed, turn my radio on, and I'd be in the back seat anyway with Alan, so I wouldn't miss anything. Well, apart from maths the next day, like, I'd be asleep through that, but never mind. And to be honest, ever since then, I've personally been able to be in the back seat of a Grizzly Trail through the show. I've been with Alan in Lapland, meeting Santa, with Cash for Kids, been running around haunted castles and mansions, and just telling the most incredible stories here and far. I've even literally, maybe like you, travelled to places that Alan's been through the show just because it captured my imagination so much. About 10 years after he visited Prague, went to the Bone Cathedral, I went with my girlfriend, and it's a bone cathedral in the middle of Prague. It's built completely from human bone. I got there with my girlfriend, and I was able to talk to her about this place. I was able to walk around it as if I'd been before, as if I'd been there. And in a way, well, I had, through the show. That's special. It's a really, really special thing. I can talk about places through this show, even if I've never been there physically, because in my mind's eye, I have. I've been there with Alan, I've been there with you. I kind of go on now to talk about every single Night Owls special that we've had, or even try and articulate to you how much they've meant to me personally, and I really do hope it's the same for you. But I can say it's been a huge honour to have influenced what the final special to broadcast on Night Owls right here tonight will be. During my formative years, I heard Alan doing what was, at the time, his biggest week of ghost hunts ever. From Transylvania, Romania. The first night live from Dracula's castle, he was stood at the opposite end of the drawbridge. There was bats flying overhead. And then he walked through the place that the Dracula legend was built on. The second night, Alan, live from a forest in the Carpathian Mountains. The plan was for him to find a cemetery in the middle of the forest. It was the forest that Vlad the Impaler used to impale over 500 of the Turkish army. And then this happened.
Alan Robson with you. And sorry, from time to time we seem to get cut off. You're just such a difficult job doing anything. I'm still, oh, there it is, directly ahead of me. I can see gravestones there, really old graves. Some of them are shaped like kind of the rounded ones that we would have. Others are, hang on, well, there's some dogs there, 2 or 3 dogs, big dogs. Good grief, they look like those African capey ones with the big ears. Horrible. Whoa. This seems frightened of me as I am certainly as frightened of them. There is no question about it. So, anyway, I just tripped over. So, here I am, and good grief, this is just, oh no. Aeroplane above me. I was beginning to wish that I was actually on it now, and there's tree branches all around me as I'm trying to brush myself down. And let's... Lord!
Can you remember that happening? Maybe you, the following day, like me, a very young Chris Felton, plaguing Metro's reception with worried phone calls about what had happened to Alan. This is a truly unique time where tonight we get to find out what happened next. Night 3 from that week, all those years ago, Alan picks up the story. And right now, it'll be the biggest pleasure in the world for me to think that you, like me, and like thousands others across the Northeast, are going to tune in and find out what happened next and follow a true radio legend through yet another unique adventure into something so special. I still, even after this build-up, cannot put my finger on what it is. It's just one man, a microphone, and you at the other end of the radio. So here it goes. I have to say, due to the extreme nature of tonight's Night Owls show, there may be bad language and items of a genuinely terrifying nature. Listener discretion is advised on the final trip into the darkness on Alan Robson's Night Owls, live from Transylvania, Romania. To get the most out of this, listen in a darkened room. Switch off all your distractions. And just follow in something truly special and truly unique. Listen tonight to find out why these shows have meant so much to so many people.
This is Alan Robson, and I do apologise for last night. I shall tell you about that very soon, or shall I let my driver Niku tell you about it? What happened last night, Niku?
Nearly eaten by dogs.
Yes, we were nearly eaten by dogs, but I'll be telling you a little bit more about that very soon.
Towards death, 'cause I just can't wait for her. I want her to come, I want to embrace her. I've decided it's life that I don't like, that I don't like. Speed me towards death, I think should go for me. They say time is the cure. I can't wait, it's too slow for me. I've tried all the rest, now I wanna try the best. And I dive some company. I die for some company. I don't want to die slowly. I don't want to decay. I want to be chosen. I want to be made. I don't want to die lonely and weary of life. I will not be earthbound. I'm gonna fly. So speed me towards death. You know I want her to taste me. My senses are dead. I want her to awaken me. Realize that this world at its best is just a prelude to the next. And it's not what I wanna hear. It's not what I wanna read. I don't want to die slowly. I don't want to decay. I want to be chosen. I want to be made. I don't want to die lonely and weary of life. I will not be earthbound. I'm gonna fly. Life is a game fit only for fools. It's a horse that can't win in a race rigged to lose. So speed me towards death.
The noise you can hear this late at night is traffic, and if I'm puffing and panting a little bit, you'll have to forgive me. This has been the most fraught, panicky and terrifying 24 hours of my life. The fortress where I'm going to today is quite near this main road. You can probably hear various cars whizzing by, and there is one or two people on the streets. Dogs, don't let me hear dogs, for heaven's sake. Last night you may be wondering what happened and how the program ended, and I'm sorry, but it was literally a life or death situation. You have absolutely no idea how terrifying that is. Now, I'm game to go into any place, any dark place late at night. I'm happy to do that. I just seen a raven's wing lying on the ground just in front of me right here. There's a raven's wing and there's various bugs eating the meaty bit. And the bells are all ringing late at night. And there's one or two people walking around. But last night I went into the woods where the Turks were massacred. I found the cemetery. I got there. I could see all the gravestones, and there was a few dogs, and you know, the dogs here, there's thousands of dogs, even on the streets of towns, cities, even Bucharest when I was there to do the rock show. There's just hundreds of dogs everywhere. Well, in the woods, they're just a different proposition altogether. In fact, they snarled at me at first, and I'm carrying my microphone and all my broadcasting kit. And now, if you're hearing lots of kind of car horns going off in the distance, just to kind of go off at a tangent here, they have weddings here. And on the night of the wedding reception, while the bride and groom are actually in flagrante, so to speak, going at it hammer and tongs, all their friends and family are outside the hotel room honking their horns. And I actually think that's quite cool. And they got balloons out of car windows. I can't see them. It's the other side of the lake that's directly in front of me. The lake is in front of the fortress of Countess Bathory. So many more stories to tell about this place, but let me quickly just bring you up to date about last night. I was walking down towards the mausoleum because the idea was I was supposed to go in to the mausoleum, and it's about 8 or 9 steps down. I was told I never got a chance to see it because when I moved down towards it, there was just a pack of about 15 to 20 dogs, and I've ended up getting bitten. I've been bitten 3 times. My leg, kind of at knee level, the material was just torn away. I've had a couple of stitches in my knee, but I'm all right. I've had to have a couple of injections because some of the animals here have rabies. I've also been injected 3 times in my kind of lower body, let's just put it that way, because I've been bitten by mosquitoes. And some of the mosquitoes, oh, you can see here, this is the weirdest thing. There's a white frog swimming on the surface of this lake. That is very weird. White, I didn't know you could get white frogs. Mind you, this lake is not the cleanest lake. There's kind of like a scum over the top of it. It's just off to my left-hand side. You know, I mentioned dogs. Well, there's even more dogs kicking around here. This is everywhere you go, and I'm sorry, but I've never been frightened of dogs in my life, but this is just beginning to be a night like no other. Last night, you can't imagine. Why did the broadcast end? I'm a pro, I would have kept talking. Well, yes, that is true. However, it's a different matter when you've got half a dozen dogs physically chewing your leg. This was really, I was slamming them over their head with a microphone, because the microphone's about 1 foot long and it's reasonably heavy. And I was giving them some hammer. And I had to get approximately half a mile, probably more, 3/4 of a mile. And some security guards outside the castle that are keeping people at bay. They've got like a little vehicle and that's just disappearing as we speak. So I'm so sorry about not being able to continue the broadcast yesterday, but I think the phrase extenuating circumstances was designed for such a time. Once I get into the castle, things get very silent and very, very different. I want to say a big thank you to Niku, who saw me kind of in distress and heard. I don't know whether you heard it last night on the broadcast, but this was a noise like nothing. It's a mixture of me screaming and a mixture of literally 15 to 20 dogs just having a great time chasing me to bite and hurt. I don't want to kind of over-egg the pudding by suggesting they could have killed me. But if I'd have gone down and one of them had hit my throat, that was it. It was game over. And as I say, I don't mind going into dark places to face the unknown. And I think I learned last night that it's the known that can do a fair bit of damage too. Now, at the present moment, I am limping just a tad. Not for sympathy, but the leg really hurts. Really, really, really hurts. Across today, daytime, I've been filming and kind of bounding over fences and all that kind of stuff, which has not helped. So at the present moment, let me just tell you what I'm facing. And there's a huge Alsatian dog directly in front of me, approximately 10 feet, drinking some water from a puddle in the darkness. There's another couple of dogs kind of kicking around, and I'm keeping a wary eye on them. At the moment, you can hear maybe one or two vehicles behind me. Directly in front of me, there's a huge fortress wall, which is approximately 3, maybe 4 stories high. There's like a gatehouse directly in front of me with 2 Romanian flags in front of it. To the right-hand side, the fortress wall continues. It juts out at right angles and kicks around a corner. There at the very top, approximately, probably on what would be the 3rd floor. That station is literally just bounding past me there. At the top there is arrow slits and areas that they would use to defend the castle. About halfway up the wall there are tiny arrow slits where they would again defend. If you move right the way around the castle, there is this huge moat. The moat is immense. It's approximately 40, maybe 50 yards across. And let me just move over because there's an amazing story to do with that moat. And if you just give me a chance to rest my leg just a tad, I'll tell you a little bit about it, because I've actually got a little bit of information. Oh, no, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Oh, there's growling dogs. You know, a lot of castles across the world surround their walls with a moat to deter anybody from attacking them. Yet here in Romania they had a secret weapon. They called it the Nach. It's like a shape-shifting water demon that often appeared in the form, they said, of a very handsome man or a beautiful, scantily clad woman, like the sirens in old Greek legend, to lure you to your death. Yet during one assault on this fortress, the real legend of the Nach was formed. So many Hungarians attacked the castle that their dead so filled the moat that the living could walk across them right up to the wall. From that day, the spirits of the drowned were said to become Nachs, seeking to entice people to a watery grave. And the gypsies hereabouts believe that if you die in water, your spirit cannot move on. And there's kind of a mist over the moat, and it's about maybe a yard deep. And it's said to be the spirits of the dead leaving the water in search of new souls. And today, just the sight of what I'm seeing now is said to be a bad omen. And it's usually a sign that whoever sees it, a member of their family or a friend, will die in a river or the ocean. Now, I do not wish to tempt Providence, but I'm hoping that that is not the case tonight. So what does this fortress have to offer? I'm live from Transylvania, Alan Robson's Nightowls. Hi, it's Alan Robson. As you know, we are here at Fagarash Fortress. I'm entering the main doors now. There are very, very heavy wooden doors here with huge metal grasps to keep them closed. You enter a strange tunnel area. You move approximately 25 to 30 yards and you enter a very distinctive courtyard. The courtyard has gravel upon it. We have one or two members of the crew working on various projects, obviously keeping the place ready for American families to be placed into the castle at some point tomorrow. I'm going to be here until late tomorrow evening, and I think what I should do first is actually describe to you what I'm seeing. I'm in the main courtyard. To my left-hand side, there's a wooden gate that leads across to a very, very tall tower. A tower in the side, in the style maybe of what you would imagine a Turkish fortress or castle to be. If I look back above that archway that I've just walked through, there is like an overhanging wooden balcony where the well-to-do would be able to look down at whatever was happening in this courtyard. To the left-hand side, there is a lower balcony that stretches even further where people would stay or be billeted. There's a few security people around, so if you hear voices, don't worry about it. Lots of birds nesting in the various holes where the arrow slits and things would be held. Very, very tall tree to the right-hand side leading up to another tower. In front of me, there is a building that goes up probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories. And there is another arch in the center of that. I'm going to go through that gate now. And if you can hear people clumping around, as I say, just at the front area, there are 1 or 2 security people around And once I physically get into the castle, it will be much quieter. I'm walking through a tunnel, you can probably tell now. Lots of gravel. There are doors to the left and doors to the right with big, heavy padlocks. Now, to my right-hand side here, whoa, there's a gallows, and it's massive. There's thick rope there. As you go up, I'm onto the gallows now, and directly behind me there is I'm just hammering this. The gallows goes up approximately 10, maybe 12, 15 feet, and the rope hangs over the top with a huge noose across it. And there's so many places to go, but I have to begin by going further across this courtyard. I'm going to be telling you a lot of tales about what went on here at Fagalash, but because it rained last night, you maybe can hear. I'm looking at a carriage here. It's a carriage from probably the 16th or 17th century here in Transylvania. If ever you've seen the coach that in the story Dracula, that Harker arrived at Dracula's castle in, a black coach, very, very trim, just big enough to house perhaps two people, with two big coaching lamps on the right-hand side and a huge brake to try and stop these heavy iron wheels. And as I walk across, in the centre of the courtyard, there's a well. That well goes down several hundred feet. And to my right-hand side, there is a Christian cross. The only difference about this cross is it was used to crucify people. And you can see in the wooden frame the various holes where there were spikes hammered into the hands of people. And we have an awful lot of places to go. So what I intend to do now is I'm going in. I'm going to leave the security men who are very curious and wondering what I'm doing, and obviously they don't speak English. So I'm going to frankly tell them to bugger off. And I'm going in here. This has got I can hear noises from inside, and I know for a fact the doors are locked. I'm going to get somebody to unlock those doors, and I'm going in. It's Alan Robson, and I'm in. And this is, oh my goodness, I've got to get my eyes accustomed to the light because this is completely pitch black. The guy says, do you need a flashlight for the stairs if you're going in there? I can't see the stairs, but I do know they're steep. Hang on, there's one. Oh, whoa, I've never been in a situation like this in my life before where even your eyes can't get accustomed to the light. Something just landed on my face. That's too early. They've got spiders here that are called wolf spiders. And, I was bitten on the neck by a wolf spider, and it's come up a bit nasty. Oh, hang on. My eyes, I think, are just getting to be a little bit accustomed to what's going on. Oh, what is in here? I'm in a strange darkened room. Directly ahead of me there's an area of wood on the floor, and I'm moving inside to... oh, there's a hole in the floor. What? Oh my good God in heaven. It goes down. Whatever distance it was that I've just come up, that hole goes down. It's... oh... my heart's like a hammer. I don't know whether I'm just far more spooked because of what happened last night, but that was really... oh, shoot. I'm in the pitch black. I'm standing on kind of bendy floorboards. Oh, jeepers. And directly between my legs there's this hole that goes down forever. Jeepers, I've just started this. I think last night's kind of shook me a little bit, and my leg hurts. But I'm going to be a brave soldier. Shoot. Maybe it's just a... do you hear everywhere you go, you from even outside the castle walls, you can hear blasted dogs. And you know, we talk about how this is the land of the wolf. Are they dogs or are they people shape-shifting into the form of a wolf? It might be, you know, just... oh, listen to that. Maybe fear of the unknown that brought people to name this land Transylvania. A word that literally means the land beyond the forest. To get here today, you need to be persistent because you feel that you're just going further than you'd imagined. It took me 5.5 hours on a mountain road just to get from the capital city, Bucharest. Mountains circling wooded plains, dark forests that are not just shady, they're black, with wolves, wild boar, bears, and those blasted dogs that attacked me yesterday. They've even got plants that can kill people with allergies, insects and spiders that burrow beneath the skin. Like, there's a fluke here that's disabled a lot of people after latching onto the warm body of anybody that doesn't spot them. This is a land that's got very few cars, people travelling on horses, donkeys, ox carts. It can be a long time before you can get somebody to hospital. Often by the time you do, the damage has already been done. This is the place of vampiric legend. But there's a lot of other reasons to visit the land where all things Gothic begin to make sense. Because when the Romans tried to conquer this area, they never quite succeeded. And they were always those who would not be defeated. Instead of allowing themselves to be ruled, they lived in the darkness of the forest, and they killed anybody who ventured into the interior. Over hundreds of years, they were invaded time and time again by neighbours on all sides. Yet every time, they never quite managed to quell the rebellious and staunchly independent people. Now, you might have heard of a Roman called Trajan. He was a great general. He attempted to sweep across the land and destroy the insurgents, and he claimed complete success. And the Roman council celebrated. And yet 3 days later, 385 Roman soldiers were found murdered as they slept in a patrolled encampment on the outskirts of Sighiswara. The rebels had sent women to entertain the guards. And whilst having sex, Their throats were slit by the women. They were actually inside. Once the guards were silenced, poisoned meat was fed to the dogs, and the Transylvanians entered the camp. Tent by tent, they slit the throats off the sleepy invaders. They found a council member in bed with several women, and after hacking the women to death for their betrayal of their race, they dragged out the politician. Now, in Rome, he was revered, yet out in the wild country of Romania, he stood for everything that the rebels hated. Here was a race desperate to spread their empire across the world at the expense of all of the people that they had murdered and destroyed under their iron fist. The politician explained how he would return to Rome and defend independence for Transylvania, but they knew that this would merely lead to Trajan returning with a bigger army. Instead, they said they would create a monument to the folly of Rome. The pagan history of this area it's very plainly spoken, yet interesting that it completely disagrees with written Roman history. The Romans declared a complete victory with no one left to fight against them. Yet the pagan history speaks of an orchestrated campaign of insurgency that lasted until the Romans left for good. This massacre of the legions was known as the Mountain of the Skull because they hacked the heads off all of the Roman soldiers, their camp followers, servants. They even took the heads off horses, mules, and dogs. And on that road that led south towards Rome, they built a mound out of these heads. As they looked out with unseeing eyes, for months the stench of rotting flesh hung on the air as worms, flies, and maggots ate away at this unexpected buffet. Around this time, the Romans' choice of execution was crucifixion, though not on a cross as Christian history declares. It was a T shape of wood. The Christians changed the shape in the early 700s because it was more marketable as a symbol. Christ was crucified on a T shape of wood. The Transylvanians decided that they were going to set off their mountain of skulls. They should show the Romans that their leaders were not beyond their reach. They built a huge and thick T-shaped cross, and they crucified the politician. They said that he should be hammered to it with a nail for each one of their people who had been murdered by Rome. So each individual from the town was given a set of spikes and drove a nail into his feet and then up his leg. One rebel had lost his wife, parents, and 7 children. He hammered 9 spikes into the man. Imagine the Romans' fear when looking at this queue, waiting to hammer spikes into every square inch of his flesh on his body. It was said to take him almost 4 hours to die. He had over 400 nails beaten into his well-nourished and frankly chubby body. He had nails driven into his eyes, ears, testicles, penis, as he was pinned out like a rat in a scientific laboratory. And finally, the vengeful people had beaten his dead face flat. They dragged him up into standing position and planted that T next to the heap of heads. It was said that the next time a Roman legion came across this horrific scene, they turned back and never returned to the Transylvanian plains again. Yet in Rome they were confident that all disquiet had been resolved. It's obvious that Trajan never told of this and hundreds of other disturbances. Instead, chose to retain his reputation as a master tactician and soldier. For hundreds of years, the fierce tribes around here made life miserable for all comers. The Hungarians chose to believe Transylvania was theirs, yet in the 1200s, their arrogance paid a massive penalty. The local warlords were known as voivades and put up with the Hungarians because they let them have their own councils. But out in the countryside, the people paid fealty to tribal loyalty. They soon knew that the voivades had more power than they did, so tried to crush them without success. Each time they pursued them, they'd merely fade away into the forest, into the land beyond the forest, Transylvania. If they were chased, no one chasing them would make it back alive. Conventional history tells us that the Hungarians persuaded the Szekely people to move into Western Transylvania, to try and operate as border controllers. Hang on, I'm just propping myself up against a wooden ladder, which is kind of up against one of the walls here. The pagan history of this area tells how the Szekelys had been forced out by the Hungarians, and on being offered new land, well, they jumped at the chance. Initially, they fulfilled a border control thing because they didn't want anybody on their new land. Eventually, they made that the Hungarians too. They were considered vicious warriors, and eventually the Roman Orthodox Church described them as followers of the Antichrist, believers in the living dead. This essentially meant that they didn't like the Christians, who had butchered, raped, and stolen their land, and that was certainly true. They also believed in an afterlife, like most pagans, and like almost all established faiths. This was enough for pressure to be put on the government to ethnically cleanse all of those who did not believe in Christ. It had always been the way of the supposed Christian. If you don't believe what I believe, we will kill you, your family, and take everything you own. A strange ethic for what is claimed to be a loving God. Those who took up his name seem to have their own mercenary agenda. Around the world, cleansing had begun, where non-believers were exterminated as the church became the richest organization on earth. The monies and lands of all of those murdered or executed became the property of the church that overnight massively increased its power and influence. Yet to this day, no one has ever admitted the great evil it did across the planet to indigenous peoples who all had their own sophisticated belief systems, and many were lost forever. Once sentenced for execution, they had no way of getting back at their accusers. So from the gallows, from the funeral pyre, from the pit where many were buried alive here, they swore to return in spirit to torture the living. There are literally thousands of cases of children smothered in their cots, women strangled as they slept, dark, avenging demons terrifying those plagued by them. In no other place on earth has there been a channeling of negative energy in this way. From ghostly warriors created to fight long beyond their death to 1300 years later, when those innocents sentenced to death swore to return with vengeance in their hearts. Dark souls destined to prey upon those responsible for ending their life. And those dark souls are said to sweep around. Now, I've kind of, to tell you that tale, I just stopped long enough, and now I've got to go back across that blasted hole in the ceiling, and just got to come out. Up against the wall to my left-hand side, there's a huge wheel, and there's a massive door to my left. Now, this is the strong room. Oh, didn't spot that. There's a step down on your left-hand side, and through here there is a heavy wooden door, and in the corner here there are bottles of Margaux Romanian booze. Very, very old. To my right-hand side, cheapers. Every time I move in any direction, there's an impending death. I've just walked into this room, and I've walked up to the corner, and there's nothing there. I don't know if I can just... I'm right on the edge now, and there's a staircase that peels off right. But the thing is, you can look right the way down the staircase. Oh, good Lord. There's hardly any light at all. A little bit of moonlight coming through 1, 2, 3 windows that don't have any glass in them or anything. They are merely openings to the outside. And there's a sizable moon this evening, and right on the edge. I'm going to have to come back from that. It makes every part of your body clench. To my right-hand side, there are more holes in the floor with rubble. This fortress is, and I'm moving along, and stuff on the floor. I haven't sensed anything other than my own impending death tonight. There's a small corridor, a step down, and to my right and to the left, there are like holes that just go off into blackness, and it goes as far as my eye. Bats in Transylvania. Fantastic. I don't think it could be him and his family, do you? We're going across to one of their areas where people were killed. It's just through here. Alan Robson live from Fagarash Fortress, where amazing things took place. The house, the home, the place where Countess Bathory was said to begin her career of bloodletting, stealing the blood, bathing in the blood of innocence. I'm going into the executioner's room next. Hi, this is Alan Robson, marching around a fortress live for you from Transylvania, from a very dark country. Wonderful people. The people have been very, very kind, especially Niku, who, and I'm not exaggerating, I genuinely feel saved my life last night from those dogs as I walk along the continuation of a corridor that I mentioned earlier. I come in to the executioner's room, and I don't know whether you pick up the change of sound as I move into this. This is a tower, and as I look up directly above me, there is if you can imagine a dome the size of St. Paul's Cathedral, and I'm not exaggerating, directly above my head. This is built out of wood, and it resembles, let me try and describe so that you can see through my eyes tonight. If you want to get the most out of what happens this evening, simply go into a darkened room, close your eyes, listen for any noises, listen for whispers, for bangs, for anything that you possibly can hear in the background, because we have an opportunity tonight to visit one of the scariest places on the planet. Directly above my head, that wood dome resembles a huge wagon wheel with about 20 spindles, all leading to a massive wooden centerpiece, in the middle of which, although it's so high that I can't see it, there's said to be the Bathory crest, which is 3 wolves' teeth. And there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There should be a 10th here up against this pillow, but it's missing. There are 9 gallows. 9 gallows in a circle in the center of the room. And it's a complete circle, this room. There is a wooden block where the axeman would do his thing. There are manacles, or manacle holes. There are no manacles in this room, but there are the holes where the manacles would be. So this is where people would be brought to finish their lives. Now, at the very top of here, there is a whispering gallery, a gallery where people could come and look down, and the rich and the well-to-do who would live on the upper levels of the castle so that they could see the Carpathian Mountains directly opposite this castle. They would look down on the people dead and dying, and they would watch people's heads being removed while they laughed and drank Tokai, or some of the amazing wines that's available here in this place. Heard a noise behind me there. Don't know whether you picked that up or caught it, but there's at this time of night you kind of get spooked anywhere. Oh, there's stuff on the floor. Bit of wood there. That was me, just kicking some wood. Now I'm gonna try and get onto the top level. There's a ladder here. It's a wooden ladder. Let me. Whoa! I got 3 steps up and it just kind of peeled away from the top of the balcony. Maybe it's not a wise idea. Let me just lope down there. Also, at the edge of this room there are big metal. I don't even know the name of this thing, but they're approximately 5 foot high, and on the top of the metal stand there is a basket where you would put fire and oil and wood, and you would have this to either heat things up or purely to illuminate a room like this. If this castle and all of the executions that took place, and there was said to be 2,500 executions here. There's a lot of misery and pain in this fortress. If that was enough, you could kind of understand why it would be as scary as it is. But there's a story about what happened on this land many, many years before. There's a quotation from history that reads, "Their entire army lay dead before me, yet their souls rose up from the blood-soaked ground to fight again. Even hardened generals were filled with such horror, they were not able to defend themselves against spectral warriors of death who swept over them like a darkened cloud." Such was written about a battle here, on this land, where the Romans were soundly defeated after taking on a much smaller force. Was it true, or was it a myth generated to cover an Hello? Something's just fallen from about 40, 50 feet above me, and there's nobody there. There's no way in. I've closed the door and snagged it, and there's only one door into this building, and nobody can get in. Something's just fallen. I don't know what it is. I can't see. It's too dark in here. So anyway, the facts tell us that an army of 14,000 Romans wiped out 2,000 Dacians, the tribe that lived in this area of Transylvania. The battle took place on the plain below Fagarash, and a tribe called the Getae, called the Dacians by the Romans, was massacred after holding out for weeks. Witnesses saw the battle end and the Romans celebrating upon the mound. Now the mound is where we are now, the site of the fortress in Fagarash. The mystics of Zamolxis began incanting to raise the souls of the newly dead, to see the battle through to the end. Now Christian writings say that the pagan tribes worshipped Zamolxis, believing him to be a god, but this is not actually true. Pagan history has a number of stories about him being a tribal leader who was so greatly loved for the compassion that he had for his people. The mystics, the shaman of their day, watched as dark clouds gathered on a clear night. The Romans walked across the battlefield, finishing off the wounded, as mysterious wisps of mist began to rise from the ground. It seemed as if a grey army of the dead had begun to rise up. The Romans ran in terror. Some swished their swords through the entities as a roar began. It started gently, but it became a tumult, and it deafened the army who had defeated them. Many of the legionnaires had already returned to their tents. They were eating, drinking, and making merry with the camp followers. There were three distinct versions of what happened next. Roman history tells us that a group of surviving Dacians regrouped and crept into the camp and slit the throats of the army. Unlikely. No handful of men could kill a guarded encampment of 14,000 strong. Christian history declared that the Romans suffered an illness that wiped them all out. If so, it would be the only time ever every single man, woman and boy had been lost after a victory. Pagan history tells us of the first time that an army of the dead was raised to fight off usurpers. Yet the mystics were killed before they could guide the souls of the dead back to the afterlife. So even now, just had a real cool breeze just gone completely through me. That cut like a knife, and it's still there, and it's on my back. And you know when you can feel every hair on your arms and your legs kind of dancing? I'm right there. I'm right in the zone. Thank you for that. Oh, whoa. Thank you. Oh, a bit chilly. All the hair on the back of my neck is electric. It's standing up and it isn't gel. That is... Ooh. So those souls of the dead couldn't get back to the next stage of their journey. So now, in this place, the scattered mercenary souls are said to bring terror to all their meet. I must admit, I didn't feel terror there. That was weird, but not unpleasant. said that in this place, though, it's kind of a poltergeist thing going on. Angry and vicious. Some of the things here vent their spleen at the living because it was there that cost them the glories that their gallantry had earned them on the other side. Herodotus called the Getae, the Dacians, the fairest and most courageous of men because they believed in the immortality of the soul. And because of that, they were all the more fierce warriors because they weren't afraid to die. Alexander the Great captured a Dacian town in 335 BC, and during the following 24 hours, hundreds of his men died in mysterious ways. He said they'd been murdered, but not by the hand of living man. And he led his army away without ever giving a reason. They were never to return. Throughout history, there have been numerous occasions when other armies have been destroyed in areas where no other armies had been. Following the Battle of Posada in 1330, the Hungarian king Károly Robert lost 1,600 men and horses as they gathered near Fagarash. He sent men to track their attackers. They found no tracks, no weapons, no sign of any opposing force, no dead other than their own. There were no survivors. Many of the dead looked as if they had been literally torn apart, necks broken, arms and legs snapped, bodies blown apart, and none killed with a conventional weapon. No sword wounds, axes, spears, not one single clue as to what had killed them. Years later, during the revolution in Transylvania in the late 1700s, 600 rebels were killed after digging up the body of a Hungarian hero. To desecrate the dead and show them disrespect is unforgivable in this part of the world. And as they were digging and singing their songs, a grey army had risen from their tombs surrounding them. There appeared to be a great... Did you hear that? One of the big wooden doors on the upper floors just crunched. During that panic, during the rebellion, every man lay dead, and the rotting corpses had been returned below ground. Even within the past 100 years, there's a story of the Romanian army who were allied to the Germans during World War II, getting massacred. They'd been ordered to gather the Jews from Transylvania. Marshal Ion Antonescu had tried to find ways to protect the Jewish population, but had been ordered to gather all Jewish people from that area. A simple camp was built 15 miles from Sibiu, just up the road from here, and the Jews were marched towards it. On the way, they were attacked by an invisible force that seemed to hurl soldiers against rocks, pushing them in front of their own vehicles and seemingly making people implode. I know it sounds hugely far-fetched, but Rosalia Gica was a Romanian Jewess who witnessed this. And when she died in 1957, her family found her diaries. And they released the story to the press in Latvia where they lived, declaring, "Ghosts rescued us from the Nazis." The short newspaper item told how the Jews had no idea where they were being taken, nor why. The fact that railway trucks were being ready to take them to death camps was only discovered later. "I heard machine gun fire and began to run," says Rosalia. "I hid behind a tree and looked back. Something was attacking the soldiers. I could not see who or what it was, just black shapes that seemed to move very quickly. They swirled around the soldiers, and when the darkness had left them, the men fell down dead. I will never forget the look on their faces of those men. It was pure terror, eyes wide, mouths open, screaming like children, as we all ran in different directions. Yet not one of us was harmed. I believe God had sent his avenging angels to save us. If this had not happened, I and all I knew would now be dead." And the souls of those warriors of death are said to exist here in the fortress at Fagarash. Alan Robson live from the place where we believe the vampiress Countess Bathory was said to have begun her history of bathing in the blood of the innocent. Now I'm in the area that is said to be slightly less haunted, and we've had noises, and we've had something falling about 40 feet that I just caught a glimpse out of my eye. Wouldn't have hit me, but it was about 5 feet away. I've almost stepped into holes that killed me. Last night I was attacked and bitten by dogs and almost killed. I must be an idiot. It's the Nightowls, Alan Robson, live from Transylvania. I've got no idea where I'm going next. I'm just going to go along this dark corridor, and I hope you come with me. I'll be back after this. Now, Alan Robson with you live from a dark place, and just packed up the equipment that allows me to broadcast. It's like carrying a military backpack everywhere you go. And to my left-hand side, there's... Did you hear that? That was almost like a sword being... No, that was me. I dropped that. It's a bottle of water that just fell out my backpack. But just before that, I heard the noise. It was like two swords being sharpened, and it seemed to come somewhere in this room. I'm just about to leave the executioner's hall with that huge domed ceiling. Blessing! Every noise you make seems to just echo and rebound. Oh! It's amazing. Did you hear that? I said amazing, and it wasn't my voice, but I heard just almost like a sneaky whisper. And I can hear birds everywhere, and I know they nest and roost at this time of night in these dark places. And now I have little option but to... I think the only way I can go from here is back down again. Oh Lord, I hate this. I hate this dark hole. As I make my way down, how many of you have heard the Christian story of St. Peter waiting at the gates of heaven to welcome you in? Well, 1,000 years before this, pagans of this part of Eastern Europe believed that death would take them to the afterlife at the iron gates. The pearly gates are another thing stolen from the pagans by the Christians. Dacian tombs across what is now Romania show the dead guarding these iron gates, defending them from the unworthy dead. Only those who are courageous enough to admit the truth are allowed inside. Yet the dead in this primitive place were not benign, gentle souls. They were actually quite savage predators who used to stalk the living. A lot of the Dacians were said to have supernatural powers, and that they would wear helmets with two huge eyes painted on them. And there's lots of historical depictions of such things in museums right across Romania. The extra eyes were said to frighten their enemy and warn them that they were not fighting a mere man, for he had already joined the ranks of the dead. Many believe that when these warriors fought, they were... Oh, big noise to my right-hand side. They were surrounded by the souls of the dead as they began a personal quest to reach the iron gates. So, once again, like so many Bible stories, those same stories were told between 1,000 and 2,000 years earlier, and pinched and made to fit someone else's faith. Hang on, I've just got to pack, and because this is live, I would love to be able to do this in a sneaky way so you didn't think I was carrying all of this glumpet with me. It's on my shoulder and my back is aching. However, going back down the hole now, Lordy, do you know when this time of night when it's black outside, it's blacker, there's just a pit that opens up in front, so I have to be a little bit careful. I got one hand kind of helping support the pack as I make my way down. Now, I'm presuming there's another door down here. I've kind of gone through that chamber and I'm heading down and perhaps out. And oh, there's something's just brushed past my face. I hope it's not that bloody spider that got me neck the other day. I hated that. That was horrible. Am I at the bottom yet? No? Hang on. You just put your foot out and hope that... something on the back of my neck again. There you go. Is that the bottom? No. Oh, blimey. Right, now to my left, there is an opening that I'm heading through. I have no idea where I am. But in this... Oh, hang on. There's a noise just to my left-hand side. There's a chair lying on the floor. I'm going to put my pack on there. Now, this chamber, if you can imagine curved ceilings to my left, a different curved ceiling going up to a point in my left. Can't see if there's any shapes or anything here. This is a holding cell hanging from metal concrete posts. There's manacles. 2 sets there. And as I move across, I can't see a thing. There's another pillar here. Hang on, it was further away. I tried to kick. Oh, there's a piece of wood. And a window with bars in it. Oh, directly on the floor, there is a pit with skulls and human bones to my left-hand side, and there's a metal grill window that points to outside, but that doesn't help me in the slightest because this room is in pitch darkness now. I don't know whether there's anything on the floor. I don't know whether there's any hole. There seems to be straw. You know when you just put your foot out and my hand is directly ahead. There's another pit to my left-hand side that has what looks like charcoal and gravel in the bottom, as if either people or something was burned in there. Across the walls, and hang on, I'm heading into a particularly black corner here. I'd see more with my eyes shut. If I had my head up a cow's bottom and it had its tail down, I would see more than I can see at the precise moment. Oh, there is some dead person there. There is a strange cage that's too high off the ground to touch. I just glanced up and a little bit of moonlight struck a skeleton in a cage that is hanging directly above me. There's another pit here, and everywhere you look there is manacles on the wall. There's some more here. Oh. And what did they do in the Blitz? They would sing at a moment like this. I don't know whether you heard, but I've walked into like a bed of straw. I don't know whether you can actually hear it. I'm at the edge of the straw. I was right in the middle of the straw. I'm now on the edge because you can't move, frankly, quickly enough in a place like this. As soon as I moved onto that straw, all of the straw started to move. And long, black-tailed shapes ran to the left and ran to the right. Now, fortunately, unlike those dogs last night, that if I keep going on about, you cannot blame me for that. They wanted to avoid me, these rats. And they're just, I don't know whether they're black or they're brown, they're just, all you see is like dark shapes. And there's a tiny, on my head, get off, whatever that was. As we mentioned, the mosquitoes here have blue nail virus that can kill you. And I've got a couple of lumps on me. I know I've been bitten by mosquitoes. I'm hoping that they're clean living mosquitoes. It just seems everything in this country wants your blood. And blood is synonymous with this place. This is the castle of the wolf. And they say that, me being attacked by dogs, and to say they looked like wolves, I'd be lying to you. They didn't. They looked like every kind of big, nasty, ugly-looking, sucking dog that you've ever seen. But I just kind of backed away. It just seems that everywhere in the vicinity, in the middle of every pillar, there's those... Oh! That was... What was that? Oh, hang on, I think I found it. Let me just see what it... Oh, hang on. Oh, good God. It's a manacle. It's not the one I was anywhere near. But it's hanging there. Now, I've found the kind of thing that it was on. Now, what made that fall? Because that was about 6 feet away from me. Listen, listen. Listen. Can you hear? Can you hear? Listen. I can just hear some kind of noise. It's really loud to me. Can you make a noise? Hello, can you speak English, dead people? Stupid boy. Oh, bit of a clink there. This was obviously some kind of holding cell. This must be the dungeon. And to my... I think that's the stair that I've just come down. To my right. Something else on my hair again. Some of the doors, there's a big wooden door now. I'm presuming that's where I've just been. I know I'm going to get lost in here. If I'm not already lost. What's that? Oh, it's another... Oh, whoa, right. Oh, I'd heard about this. I was told about this, and I nearly left the room without... Directly to my left-hand side, there's a hole that looks like a massive fireplace. If you can imagine, it's lower than a fireplace, and it spreads wider to the left and to the right. It's like a big half circle, and directly down... Oh, there's a horrible smell. Just suddenly, there's a horrible smell. Not nice. Like rotting flesh. And to my left-hand side, it's probably coming from this pit. There's a pit that goes down about 8 feet, and it used to be full of water right up to the top. And they would manacle people, and they would have them about a foot below the water. And the people would have to try and kick and kick and kick to keep their head above the water and stay safe. Or they would cling on to the shackles that hang directly above them. There's shackles here, shackles there. On all three sides, there's shackles. So you would cling to the shackles to keep you above water, but eventually you would tire and you would release. When your hands, when you've been grasping something that's heavy and you stop carrying it and you get that shaky thing in your hand, eventually you would go below the water. There's no water in there now, I don't think. And just to the right of it, now you know, this is a dungeon. It's not a torture chamber, it's a dungeon. And you have another open area where there would be fire to illuminate. As I look around this place, this is it's a godforsaken place where people died. Alan Robson with you. I'm going to try and find my way out of here and leave the rats in peace. It's Alan Robson trying like mad to find my way about in the darkness here of a fortress in Transylvania. And, oh, hang on, something just in front of me here, but it's so black I cannot see where, hang on. Let's see if I can step over it. I think I came down those stairs. I don't know what is through here. Is there another door anywhere? No. I think I have to go through here, and I have absolutely no idea what is in this hole. We have, oh my God in heaven. It's an oubliette. I didn't know they had an oubliette here. It is pitch black. And as soon as I saw it, I just froze. I just completely froze. I'm rooted to the spot. I'm not even sure I can move any further along because you just head into if black can get blacker, that is oh, it's low. The ceiling is very low. I'm ducking down. Oh, it's wet under foot. Hang on. I'm moving in and I've got to keep my head really low. Oh, when you get into darkness that is this black, you kind of... oh, what's something on the floor? I don't know which way to go. Somebody's just touched me. Oh, which way do I go? I can't go that way. That's I've just touched something there. Oh, good. I can't get out. I can't get out. Which way? And when you touch the wall, it's like fungus and cobwebs and... Hang on. I'm using my foot to... Oh, hang on. No, I can't... Shoot! Oh, good Lord. How? Where? I've come into pitch blackness and I think that I've walked around in a complete circle and now this wall, that's a wall, right. If you stand, it's got to be simple because you walked in here. You walked in here, it has to be simple. Right. Now if you can imagine, come on, get it up. This oubliette, directly above my head, this is a tiny glimpse of light right at the very top. Because it goes out. Oh, there's something moving up my arm. You bastards! Stop it! Enough! Right. Now let a calmness take you. Come on. Help me out of this, please. To my left-hand side. Kick your leg out. Now, if you stand still, there will, in any pagan ritual, the answer is always to the north, to the south, to the east, or to the west. To the north, there's a wall. To the south behind me, there's a wall. To the east, there's a wall. So we have to go to the west. You just know what's going to happen here, don't you? Oh, God. To the west. Oh, there's a wall. Right. You don't want to touch the wall. Why? There's more scorpions in this country than I have ever seen in my life. And they're on walls, and there's cockroaches on walls, and there's those brown spiders, the wolf spiders, that actually jump on you on the walls. I have no option than to touch the wall and keep touching it. I'm touching it now until I can find some kind of gap. Oh, this just feels disgusting. There's stuff crumbling and you can feel cobwebs on your hands, and every now and then Right on cue. Thank you. Whatever you were, do not bait me. I've been bitten enough for one trip. I'm just scraping along a wall, and then eventually, oh, for God's sake! Oh, God! I just cracked my head on a low. No, I came in a low thing. It's approximately 5 feet, which meant I've just hit 10 inches off it. Phlegm. I just think that word. I've just said it in my head. Hang on. I've ducked down. Oh, there's a little gap. It didn't seem like a little gap. And... oh, there's a door here. No, it's locked. I can't get out there. Oh, it's a wall again. Oh, come on. Hanging down from the ceiling. There's something moving on it. I don't know what it is. Probably a spider or something. The spiders here must eat porridge. They're not little. Oh, lordy. I moved down. Oh, hang on. I've got to duck because there's more stuff hanging. And... oh, hang on. There's a door. Oh, my good gracious. Thank you. That's an oubliette. The oubliette, I've mentioned why they call things oubliettes, because it's from the French word meaning oblivion. Oh, hang on. Just dropped my bag there, briefly. And, it's where people were placed. They break their limbs and just throw them in there and allow them to rot and decay on top of the bodies of people that were thrown in before them. And I felt a panic in there. I don't panic. It's not what I do. I completely felt a panic in there. I'm losing it. I'm just losing it tonight, and I'm sorry for that. I don't travel to these places to lose it, but... oh, Lord. I'm losing it. The studio says, take a moment and take a break. Put something on, put anything on. I don't know how I'm going to get out of here. I'm back where the oubliette is, and I can't see any door in any direction. I am lost in this blasted castle. I know there are a lot of rooms. I've been told that there are so many rooms that I should be investigating. And it was like there was somebody standing right beside you in that oubliette. Whether that was exaggeration, and I felt that something touched me in there, and almost like I was being used as some kind of toy. And I really didn't like that. Do what you're gonna do, Matt. Back at Metro, please. Alan Robson live from a fortress in Transylvania, where the vampiress began to take the blood of innocent people, where the warriors of death rose from their graves to persecute people. And like a lemon, here I am. Hopefully I'll try and be able to find some way out after this.
Like a sentence of death, I got no options left. I got nothing to show now. I'm down on the ground, I got seconds to live, and you can't go now. 'Cause love, like an invisible bullet, shot me down and I'm bleeding. Yeah, I'm bleeding. And if you go, furious angels will bring you back to me. Will bring you to run to defend me, 'cause I can't get up. I'm as cold as a stone, I can feel the light fade from me. Hey, I'm down on the ground, I got seconds to live, and what's there that waits for me? Oh, that waits for me. 'Cause love like a sin, and death's left me stunned, and I'm reeling, yeah, I'm reeling. And if you go, furious angels will bring you back to me.
Oh my God! I am not lying to you here. Something incredible has just happened. I'm standing next to a huge arched pillar that goes into, every nerve in my body is singing. The arch goes up to the ceiling and the pillars go up to create the arch. It's not like a straight pillar. It goes up into a curve to make a rounded ceiling above you. I'm standing just now. There's a little bit of moonlight that comes through one of those tiny grills in the wall and it illuminates this pillar. And I can see my shadow on the floor stretching out about 15 or 20 feet to my right-hand side. It is a long shadow. It covers the whole room. And I'm standing with my legs apart. I can see the shape of my body. I can see the shape of the bag that's across my shoulder and the broadcasting equipment that's across my other shoulder. And on the pillar to my left-hand side, clear as day, absolutely vivid, a dark shape of a man, and it was a man, a big upper body, I've just seen something else move directly in front of me. The blackness is moving directly in front of me. To my left-hand side, something, the figure of a man, clear, a shadow, as vivid as my shadow, just went straight across that pillar. It went straight across, and as I moved, it cannot possibly be me. It moved, and look, it's radio, you person. One of the shackles is swinging. One of the shackles is swinging directly up ahead, and it was where that figure moved, as if on passing it, it brushed past, and here it is. I've just reached it. I wish the swinging shackle would make some noise. I'm going to touch it, but it's swinging, and it was not swinging because of me. You know, I just had the fright of my life in that hole that I've just left. I come into this next room along, and instantly, it's like something is almost leading me in this direction. And like a fool, I'm going to follow it. Oh, hang on, there's more stairs here. This isn't the way that I came in. Oh, I don't know where this is leading, but let's see where it goes. There's wood on my left-hand side and one of the arrow slits that leads out, and I can just see the moon shimmering off the moat of the castle. My shoulders are aching with this back. On my right-hand side, there's I don't know what this is. Can you hear the car horns outside? Some bride's getting a bell rung. And, hang on. There's another door here. I don't know where this leads to. Have I been along there? I've got absolutely no idea at all. Let me just take this bag off for a second. Across the other side, the thing that I failed to mention is on the opposite side of the moat, there is a small chapel where a lot of the people get married and they get their photographs taken with a castle as a backdrop because it's beautiful and it's lit up, and they've got absolutely no idea what's in here. No idea at all. The ancients, far beyond our known time, far beyond any of the creations of the religions that are on this planet now, there was a definite connection between blood and life. Women understood that link between birth and the flowing of menstrual blood. Early men knew that the spilling of blood guaranteed them meat to eat or protected them from other tribes. If they found an animal lying dead, they knew that when they cut into it, the blood would no longer be flowing. From the earliest days of man on this planet, they knew that blood was identified with life. And over the centuries, they would cut their hands and merge their blood with others to create a magical bond of brotherhood. Some would drink it, believing it carried the physical properties of the creature it came from. The drinking of bull's blood to increase fertility, bear's blood here in Romania for strength. But more importantly, the blood of the wolf, for guile, for courage, for aggression, to teach them to hunt in packs. And it was said that if you killed somebody from this part of the world, you didn't take on one person, you took on every person, and they would rally behind you and defend you with their life. As recently as the 1600s, the people of Yorkshire thought that if you drink the blood of your enemies, you would flourish and become wealthier. Yet universally across the pagan communities, in ceremony, they would pour blood on their bodies, sacrifice animals, birds, and even people. Because of its colour, all things red were given greater significance. Red wine soon replaced the drinking of blood, and it was given that symbolic place by the pagans. The ancient Greeks copied this, and then when eventually the Christian faith was created, they couldn't stamp out the tradition of drinking red wine to symbolise blood. So they stole that, and they called it the blood of Christ, making everyone think it was holy when it was most certainly what the pagans called the blood of the vine. So the holiest ritual of Christianity I'm sorry to say, is a direct rip-off of a pagan ceremony. In ancient belief, the body was sacred and it had to be honoured. The Christians pinched that too, and they called that the body of Christ, and they used bread to symbolise it. Perhaps they chose to try and make their ritual a magical and mystical one, as all the original ones were. But here, in Romania, some of the ancient cults believed that if a woman is menstruating, she... Oh, blood. Did you hear that? Directly below this tower, there's 3 dogs. And it's almost... I can see out the window here, a window, slit. It's almost like they're looking up saying, our pals bit you, we're going to get you next. Oh, strange voices. Voices and dogs. Oh, I don't like that. I do not like that. Do you know, the most common time when dark ones are drawn to life's blood, it's when a woman suffers that time of the month. There's hundreds of stories involving sightings and poltergeist assaults during this time. Some more radical groups of the 10th century would seek out women who were menstruating to use them as human sacrifices, placing the naked woman on the altar. The altar would have grooves cut in it so that her menstrual blood would flow and be collected. Shut up! Menstrual blood was considered to be the essence of new life, so it would endow the drinker with supernatural powers. They would drink. They're just teasing me. I told you the dogs around this place, they're mad, crazy dogs. Most pagans, however, would never shed the blood of anyone other than an attacker. That one dog's just been bitten to the bone. I'm not kidding. It's been bitten to the bone. Oh, shoot. They don't have any fear at all, but they're making me have extreme fear. They believed, the pagans, in making all men your brother, all women your sister, and a mother was the most sacred of all. We are all from a mother, or the Mother Earth if you prefer. And mothers were responsible for the bounty that existed all around, and therefore had to be protected at all costs. Do you hear that dog is in agony? It's in agony, and the other dogs are just chowing on it. It's horrible and disgusting, and I'm going to find whichever way I've got to go next. And I must admit, I have no clue. This fortress is rambling. It goes off in all directions, but I've just spotted another door. Or have I? I'm just... Let me get... Ah! Oh, shoot! Ow! Oh, good grief. I think I've just been taught not to run. I've impaled myself on a spike. Can I get in there? No. There's a bit of wood that was sticking out my arm. Can't get out there. Can I get out here? Can I make my way through, or hang on the stairs up? Oh! Oh my good gracious, there's a hole in the wall leading directly out. You could fall through here as I go higher into what they call, I'm fairly sure, this is the Black Tower, and I'm making my way into it now. I think you probably worked out that this is it's a long way to the top. When you want to rock and roll, as DC once said, especially when you're carrying all that stuff. And is there any way across here? I've got no idea. To my right hand side there's a room that is just loaded with wooden stakes. Listen to them. They're They are wooden, impaling stakes, and the spiders crawling up them, and it's really not nice. The nails sticking out. I've just got to a window where there's a little bit of moonlight, and that's nasty. I've got a nasty cut on my arm. Just been. This is not like a spelk. It was more like a. It's bleeding down my hand. Do you know? Whenever we decide to do like kind of ghostly or grisly things, I always think it's such a cool idea. And then, and across the window directly in front of me there is a mat of spider web, almost like it takes the complete, from one side of the window to the other, a huge, massive V about a yard out from the window, then back to roughly like 2/3 across the window, with various things trapped on it that's being fed and sucked upon by the spiders that live there. Oh, hello. Oh, this is fantastic. It's Bathory Hall. It's Bathory Hall, where Countess Bathory lived and used people. I'm going to tell you a bit more about it after this. Alan Robson, I found it. I was looking for this, thank heavens. I'm going in after this. Alan Robson live, kind of getting my courage back a bit. Do you know, I've had more real, completely real. I promise you, I would not lie to you about stuff like this. I've tried not to do that in my time, doing the ghost things. Yes, I never believed, and yes, I know there are many, many, many skeptics out there, but I witnessed what's happened in this, and I have been completely accurate. Directly in front of me there is what they have done, bless them, knowing that I was coming in, they've put with gaffer tape, pieces of paper, gaffer tape to doors, declaring what each room is so that I can't go wrong. On my left-hand side there is a wall that's splashed. There's blood spatter to my left-hand side, and it's kind of at neck height. It's definite blood spatter. It's dark, and it's now turned, it's more brown than red, but it's spatter, and it's on this white wall to my left-hand side. Bathory Hall is directly in front of me. Now, if you've heard of Dracula, you should have heard of Countess Bathory. If you haven't, I'll give you a quick history lesson. She's known as the woman who tortured and murdered countless young women, to be feared as one of history's true vampires. Now, she was born 1560, I think, to George and Anna Bathory, and though many claim her to be Hungarian, the truth was that due to the relentless border changes in this part of Eastern Europe, she's more likely to be a Slovak. Most of her adult life she lived at Castle Kastries near Vyšín in present-day Bratislava, where Austria, the Slovak Republic and Hungary all kind of meet. And this is a perfect hunting ground where so many travellers pass, yet not all would be able to continue on their way, because she was raised in unsettling times. Much of Hungary had been overrun by Turkish forces belonging to the Ottoman Empire, who were then fighting with the Austrians of the Habsburgs. And those that weren't fighting over national differences, they were fighting over religion. The Bathory family were keen new Protestants who rose to try and stop, sorry, just still on something, to stop the mercenary rise of Catholicism that were stealing land and killing anyone who wasn't Catholic. She was raised in 3 places in Transylvania: the Bathory family estate at Exed, and 2 castles owned by friends. I'm in one of them. Once away from her family, she learned to hunt, dance, and developed an incredible vain streak, obsessed by her own beauty. And it didn't help that she was surrounded by people who would pamper her and constantly comment on how beautiful she was. In reality, she was pretty much an ordinary lass, set apart by incredible beauty, not only by wealth, because you can make someone look gorgeous if you have enough money. Everybody's always known that. Her arrogant demeanor wasn't helped by the fact that she would suffer seizures, intense rage, and uncontrollable violent episodes. She'd once pushed a servant into an open fire, keeping him on the fire at sword point. She killed a pregnant woman by hurling a rock from this fortress wall, and had clawed out the eye of a man who tried to calm her during a fit. This was very similar to the actions of people taken over by the wolf spirit and executed as werewolves, yet her privileged status allowed the authorities to turn a blind eye to her errant behaviour. It was about this time that her cousin, Stephen, became Prince of Transylvania. Whoa, bit of wood just moving there. To my right hand side, and noise to my left. You can hear a car on the other side of the moat. I don't know whether you're picking that up. Stephen would eventually assume the Polish throne, and Elizabeth was going around the country acting as his representative. Stephen was fighting against Ivan the Terrible, and at the age of 14 in 1574, Elizabeth became pregnant as the result of a brief affair with a peasant. As the telltale bump became evident, she was sequestered and basically pushed out the road until the baby arrived, because she was already engaged to marry Count Ferenc Nadasdy. She did marry him, aged 15, in May 1575. No love there at all, though. Nadasdy was a soldier. He was away from home for a long period, made longer by his womanizing and his discomfort with his bride. So Elizabeth began to run Castle Savar and the Nadasdy estate. She loved torture. And it started here. She had a large retinue of young girls that she took pleasure in disciplining. It began with a slap, and then it led to a beating, then beating their naked bodies. Then she discovered she enjoyed inflicting pain. Major noise in the room directly below here. Did you catch that? I'm sorry, I have to point these things out just in case you missed it. There was a major noise directly below me. So the Countess, young Bathory, became excited at the sight of blood. It was something that she shared with Vlad Dracul the Impaler, the man whose castle I visited earlier in the week. It was a time in history when society and the church ignored cruelty shown by the rich because God had chosen them to be wealthy. The Pope had even said that. More likely they paid the church well so the church would overlook their indulgences. Elizabeth, who preferred the title Countess Bathory, did not just punish wrongdoing, she punished whenever she wanted a cheap thrill. Once during a public whipping, she ordered that the petty criminal be beaten to death so she can watch. A Hungarian historian in the crowd wrote, "She was flush of face and was seen to be stimulating sexual pleasure beneath her gown as the man's flesh was peeled from his bones. A most disturbing sight, for young Elizabeth is a peculiarity amongst modern aristocracy." As Elizabeth visited castles across Transylvania, she would select servants to torture. Some would die under her horrific ministrations. She would strip any servant girl who looked more attractive than she. Once tied down, she would stick pins into various sensitive body parts, eyelids, genitalia, nipples, the neck, under the fingernails. In the winter, she would strip the prettier servants, douse them in water, and then stood them out in the snow until they froze to death. When her husband returned from fighting or any one of his wars, many believed that she would stop this appalling behavior. However, not only did he join in, he began teaching Elizabeth more fiendish ways to abuse and murder the living. He demonstrated a warm summer version of her freezing execution. He had another servant stripped and covered her naked body in honey and left her outside to be bitten by the hordes of insects. It took her 4 days to die of fever. He died in 1604, and it was suggested that she had poisoned his food, although she held sufficient power never to be challenged on it. She uprooted herself. She moved to Vienna, but preferred to spend more time travelling back to Bekow, Kashtis, and hunting lodges based in castles across Transylvania. And it was in one of those castles, here at Fagarash, where she began committing her rather more infamous and vicious acts. Her bouts of uncontrollable rage were continuing, leading some peasants calling her the she-wolf. Her best friend was a pagan woman called Anna Darvulia, who had been expelled from her community near Sibiu for using her natural powers against the innocent. They claimed she had murdered 4 children aged under 6 from nearby villages, sacrificing them to Satan, the Dark One. The pagans, of course, as I mentioned before, they believed in Mother Nature and the forces of good, yet this woman had turned to the creature of unruly shadows. Though nothing could be proven, they were sure she was guilty and forced her out. For her to team up with the most powerful woman in the country was a perfect way to kind of get vengeance. The fact she was also a psychopath was a bonus. Darvulia had dozens of her enemies tortured and executed just to please the Countess. And it was during this time, here, in this fortress, where something happened that would completely change history's version of the Countess. She realized that the blood of a little 12-year-old girl had run over her hand. To her surprise, her aging hand seemed to rejuvenate and become smooth after this child's blood had run across it. Darvulia confirmed this, and so began Countess Bathory's obsession with finding attractive young virgins so she could bathe in their blood and she would remain eternally young. At first, these helpless innocents were bled in a bathtub. Apparently, it could take up to 4 people to provide enough blood for total immersion. On other occasions, a special frame was built over a bath where young naked girls were tied, hung upside down, and their throats slit open to act as a grisly shower. Once in Transylvania, she'd met a young handmaiden as she returned from a ball in her honor. She ordered the wench to disrobe and had 2 of her men hold her down. Using a small dagger that she carried at all times, she ripped her stomach open and pushed her hands into her viscera to cleanse them following a salty meal. As the girl fell to the floor, she chastised her soldiers, barking, "Don't waste her, have her bled, and bring her juice to my chamber, and do not allow it to clot." I find it interesting that following Darvulia's death in 1609, she instantly developed another intense friendship with another maniac called Irzai Marjarova. She was the widow of a local farmer who died falling from a hayloft onto a ploughshare. Many claimed she was pushed, but as she was a friend of the Countess, nobody dared point the finger. It was Marjarova who suggested that Elizabeth should bathe in the blood of aristocratic virgins. Imagine how much more powerful their blood would be. Clean, wholesome, majestic. And it was that would prove the beginning of the end. The rich wouldn't worry themselves about the loss of a few hundred or a few thousand peasant girls, but to torture and murder their own was unacceptable. The Countess could not procure any female servants. Who would go and join them, knowing what would happen? Rumours spread, and in 1609 she killed and bled a young noblewoman. She had the woman hurriedly buried and claimed that the woman had committed suicide for the man she loved had slighted her. This was one occasion where she is said to have killed one of her accomplices for trying to pass off the blood of a Sibiu harlot for that of a virgin. The Countess exploded in rage and grabbed a servant, pushing her face into a bath of blood over and over again. So crazed was she that the woman's head was almost severed on the sharp edge of the bath. In 1610, the first official inquiries were made to see if there was any truth in the vile practices being carried out pretty much everywhere the Countess went. Despite the number of victims they knew would rise up to 4 figures, they probably still wouldn't have been arrested had they not owed her a fortune in a loan that her husband had given them. They knew if they arrested her and confiscated her lands in Austria, the Slovak Republic, and the castles in Transylvania, then they wouldn't have to pay her back a penny. The Countess knew they were investigating her, but believed she was far too powerful and rich for any charges to be brought. So over the Christmas period, she took the lives of 5 young children and 2 nuns, all so she could transform her aging body. She needed it transformed. She wanted to have sex with a young noble from the castle where she was vacationing. She ordered that the bodies of those victims be put into the walls, and they're still behind some of the walls here in the castle. I don't know where. They were never found. She was arrested on December the 29th in 1610. She was put on trial within a week. The following week, a second trial where a register was found in Elizabeth Bathory's own handwriting. In it, 650 victims aged between 8 and 24 were found in her own hand. These poor innocent souls were all killed in just one of her homes. Multiply that by 7 or 8 residences and you begin to realize just how murderous she had been. Her accomplices were all sentenced to be executed in a manner that would be determined by the behavior of their victims. Some of the men admitted necrophilia with the dead and dying bodies of the women she'd bled. Others admitted to disposing of the bodies. Some of these men were bled to death. Others buried alive in castle courtyards. In the courtyard where we were walking before, there's apparently up to 40 people buried below there. The women had pins and spikes placed through their bodies until they bled out. As an aristocrat, Countess Bathory was sentenced to life imprisonment in solitary confinement. She was given a tower room in Cashtis without windows or doors and only a hatch for food and tiny slits for air. For 3 long years, she watched her skin wither and wrinkle until she died on August 21st, 1614, aged 54. She was buried in the Bathory estate at Exed. Following her demise, they called her the she-wolf. Not only a vampire, but a werewolf. No one was ever sure whether she drank the blood, but each bath would cost 4 human lives. During the trial, witnesses admitted that the Countess had bitten lumps of flesh from girls as they were being tortured. In this part of the world, they believed that those who were werewolves in life would return as vampires in death. So you can imagine the terror that swept across the country when she died. What a vile and maniacal vampire her spirit would make. Following her burial, there were literally hundreds of reports of poltergeist activity at all of her previous residences. Following her death, all of her testimony and admissions of torture and mayhem were sealed by the authorities and kept quiet. The Hungarian king, Matthias II, was so embarrassed that such things had happened during his reign, he forbade the use of her name in polite society. Yet about 104 years later, a Jesuit priest, Laszlo Churosky, found some of these banished documents, and he knew that he could use them against opposing faiths. He confirmed that she bathed in blood and had murdered many. His tale told of how a young girl had been combing her hair and had pulled some out. Such was the fury with which the Countess reacted. She slapped the girl, bursting her nose. The blood ran over Elizabeth's hands and they immediately took on a youthful appearance. It would be a costly slap for the innocence of the province. Add to that the spate of younger men she dallied with following the death of her husband, once asking, "What would you do if you had to kiss an old hag?" His negative response spurred her to do whatever she could to make sure she would never become one. She will forever be Erzsébet Bathory, the blood Countess of Transylvania. Yet no one has ever followed the trail of her child, a deformed boy with vicious tendencies who was said to be walled up in one of her castles, and most fingers point to Fagarash. He was used to violent rages. He was cut from a very own blood-soaked cloth. Historical evidence is pretty scant. Some said he became a soldier, a particularly aggressive one, becoming a warlord defending a trail linking the north with roads through the Carpathians. He was known for the mutilation of his enemies. He was said to keep a pile of skulls 1,000 deep against the front wall of his fortress to intimidate any who visited him. All who challenged him would be killed. They say he only gained power and notoriety following the death of the Countess. The writings of the scribes of George Skanderberg, an Albanian ruler, wrote, "The bastard son of Bathory was a law unto himself, demanding fare of passage lest his army would befall those of any flag. This young whelp had a desire of blood shedding that would have made his mother proud." And there are stories, many chillingly similar to the techniques adopted by Elizabeth. He seemed to thrive on his mother's horrific reputation and spent his life matching and adding to her total. Directly in front of me Battery Hall. Now you know who it is. We're going to see if there's any of her here, or any of those people that were killed here at that time. Battery Hall. I'm going in. Alan Robeson with you live from a fortress in darkest Transylvania in the biggest ghost hunt Let me reiterate what we've done. We've had a rock show live from Bucharest. We've had a couple of shows live by satellite from a very dark and dingy hole, frankly. But they did set up a mini studio for me. I'm now being in Dracula's castle. We had a night there together. Last night, I was off to a forest, and in a forest where an entire army of Turks was massacred and placed on stakes, where I was subsequently attacked by wild dogs and bitten. And I got stitches and bruises and nasty scratches and scrapes. My life, I genuinely believe, was saved by Niku, who is my driver. He's got a very, very nice black Audi with tinted windows, and he's been driving me from place to place. And watching him drive his beautiful car through the woods, getting scratched and scraped, I have huge sympathy for him, but I'm fairly sure our friends at American television will make sure that he doesn't come off badly. However, in front of me there is a door. Oh, hang on, it's a bit tight. That's wedged shut. If in doubt, hit it with your shoulder, full pelt. Bit of Starskin Hutch, bear with me. Oh. I mean, that hurt. God, does it hurt like that every time you go through a... How thick is this door? I've nearly broke my shoulder. Oh, the door's 3-4 inches thick. Lovely. There's like a ramp that leads down. I'm just closing the door. There are black drapes hanging off the walls on every wall. The room is immense. If you put a floor in, you could have 2 rooms. You could have an upstairs to this. It is so high. To my left-hand side, there's a huge set of antlers, deer antlers, on the wall above red and gold drapes. The flicker, there's little bits of gold fleck that in the moonlight, because there's a huge window in here, and the moon is directly facing in. There is a throne to my right-hand side with a huge book called Expertises, and there's a lambskin over it. This is the Bathory throne, and across the sides of it you can see it is very heavily engraved. Directly behind the throne there is an open door with stairs leading up to I know not where. On my right hand side there is a heavy case, and hey! There's a mirror. I just walked in front. It's a mirror that's all dark and gnarled, and you don't know it's a mirror. And when you turn to your right, you suddenly. And if you look, playtime. I'm now looking directly into the mirror, and I can see the whole room behind me. And to my right-hand side, something is moving. It is chain mail that's hanging from a string. Chain mail. Let me turn around. Don't look in mirrors. Oh, there's a suit of armor behind a table to my left-hand side, and I just saw the shape of a man and obviously thought the worst. Directly in front of me, chain mail. I don't think I have anything metal to kind of brush down it to prove that it's metal, but it is chain mail, and it's stitched onto leather, and this is hugely heavy. To have to fight carrying that around would take a very strong man indeed. This huge looking glass is in the middle of a cabinet with lots of ancient books. They're in the history of France, the history of Transylvania, old books. There's another small door that goes off to your right-hand side, and a little antechamber here. Oh, I see. And it goes down into one of the towers. Now, directly in front of me, there is a drop that just goes down maybe 50 to 60 feet. So I'm not going anywhere near that. And I'm stepping down. Oh, back into that room again, drapes to my right-hand side, and a huge open leather seat. The seat is approximately maybe 4 foot off the ground, so whoever sits on that seat would have to be a very, very tall man. There's a huge key. This key is 1 foot long, and it is absolutely... That's a key, and it's massive. To my right-hand side, there is a crown, a brass crown. It looks like brass. Could be, if it's gold, I'll have it. It'll be in my bag. I think it's brass. And, oh my goodness, look at the bed. Let me go around the room. There is the image of a statue of a knight holding a shield. There is a candelabra here. There are books on it. There is an image of the world that spins around, that's in the middle of the room. There's a very, 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 very ancient book with ancient writings therein about princes, but it's written in Romania. Or there's a map on a hide behind you that says Transylvania, Fagarash, and it's been drawn at that. Oh, it's dated as well, 1610. The map is from the time that Countess Bathory was here in this room. As you go around, there is another door. I don't know what is through there, but the tapestries of velvet with gold and leather on the wall. There's another map. Oh, it's a map just of the castle of the fortress here at Fagarash. There's another throne with mesh and netting across it. The entire wall. Oh, there's the Countess. There is the Countess. There's a painting of Countess Bathory at the top of the wall, and there she is, staring down, made to look attractive, for she would never admit that she was just a relatively plain soul, but there she is, looking down. And the tapestry directly in front of me shows a boat, kind of Viking-esque, 2 boats side by side. You got to remember that the Vikings were not the only people that had boats that had depictions of like griffins and mythical creatures on the bow, on the front of the boat. And there's that tapestry directly in front, and there's wood lying along the edge, but right in the middle there is the most amazing bed. There on the bed, oh, that's fantastic. There on the bed is the Bathory sword, which is fantastically huge. It's approximately 4 foot. It is heavy. The edges of the sword are like axes. You know, where the T part of the sword are sharpened, and they're like axes. And it's lying on top of a bear skin that lies across the bed. There are black drapes that go up to the ceiling, and the drapes are held together above the bed by intertwined deer antlers, and it forms a circle right around, holding the black drapes as they go right up to the ceiling, which is approximately 25, maybe 30 feet above my head. Huge wooden beams across this room, and there is a gown of sorts, probably like a nightgown, I suppose, of the time, which has gold depictions on it of wolves. It looks like a wolfskin crop to it. And that is Bathory's amazing hall. And this is where she slept. I'm going to move out of here and see what we can see elsewhere. It's the Nightowls, Alan Robson with you. Oh, hang on. There's a sign on this door. It says children's room. This is where they were killed. I'm going in there next.
You tell me I can't slow down. You tell me where I've gotta be. I spin into the darkness, but I swear that I can't see a thing in front of me. No, it's true, I'm not driving anymore. I can't keep up with you, you're closing in behind me. But I got headlights in my eyes. Don't you get too close to me. Can you see that we'll collide and end up casualties? There's just no room. I'm not driving anymore. I can't keep up with you, so leave me on my own. Run me down and race away from here. I've got nowhere to go to. I don't think I can get back on my feet. Back on my feet. It came right out of nowhere. Eyes wide and terrified. I can't put my brakes on. I can't swear to save your life, cause then I lose control. And I can't choose. I'm not driving anymore. I can't keep up with you, so leave me on my own. Run me down and race away from here. I've got nowhere to go to. I don't think I can get back on my feet. Back on my feet. Get me out of harm's way. Can't you see I'm paralyzed? I wanna fade out gracefully, but you keep keeping me alive to face another day. Can't you see I'm through? I'm not driving anymore. I can't keep up with you. Can't keep up with you.
Alan Robson broadcasting to you from the other side of the world right now, this moment. It is 2 hours later than it is where you are. It is the early hours, and I am marching from the Bathory Hall where Countess Bathory would bleed her victims and bathe in their blood, and then have sex with the young princes and counts here on this bed. And according to tradition, there's only one certain way to bring the shapeshifters, spirits and ghosts to you in this part of the world. It should be done before you enter an area that is said to be active. And apart from terrifying the people involved, it's proven to be hugely effective. It is neither satanic nor religious in any degree. It's a blessing of attraction, ancient sorcery that the locals swear by. You draw 2 concentric circles on the ground. The inner 6 feet, the outer 15 feet. You then build a fire in the center of the inner circle with a tripod over the flame curtain. You hang an iron cauldron filled with water from the tripod and allow it to begin to boil. And as it bubbles and begins to spill over, splashing the fire, you throw in aloe, poppy seed, hemlock, and nightshade. As each one of the congregation stirs the pot in turn, the initiator calls aloud to the spirits of the restless dead, the spirits of the foul darkness, the spirits of the hateful, and the spirits of satyrs and werewolves. And once the brew is stirred, the group holds hands around the fire, closes their eyes, holds their head back, repeating the chant the initiator leads. Let us feel your presence. Let us feel your feathery touch. Let us hear your whispered voices. Let us see your dark shadows. We seek to join with you this night. Blessings be. And then the initiator will feel their presence and send his people forth. Because the werewolf phenomenon may well be less far-fetched than you imagine. Since the beginning of time, most level-headed people have noticed that when someone is absolutely filled with rage and anger, they are no longer human. What the hell was that? What was that? When people are... Hang on, it came from this door over here. Let's just... The door's wedged itself shut again. You know the one that I had to burst in before? That's better. That's better. Let me just get outside there. It was getting a bit intoxicating briefly. Now, the point I was making was when you get really angry, some people say that you're no longer human. You've surrendered the humanity that you have to become the beast within you. And then you become something more than yourself. And that creature within was claimed to give people supernatural powers in the same way that mothers can be given supernatural powers to lift a car off an injured child. This is proven fact. It's not theory. When lost in fury, one man can take up to 12 others to control him. And speak to any police officer and they'll tell you that. In Scandinavia, this technique was adopted. Most of the Old Norse tribes would call themselves the berserkers. The word came from berserkgangwa, meaning berserk fury. And these warriors refused armor, only wearing wolf skin or bear skin, so they could channel the fury of the wolf or the fury of the bear. First they would dance and chant, frankly, obscenities about the enemy, recanting all the evil things they'd done. And once their temper is fully fueled, they would slap each other. As leaders said that the enemy sought to kill their children and rape their wives. And then the berserkers would run into battle, howling like wolves. Their enemy had no idea if they were facing a man or beast. And the truth is, they were facing both. Now, there were many Norse incursions into Eastern Europe, some as far as Romania, and the practice was taken up here. The hill tribes would wear wolf coats, using the same berserk fury. They would howl down upon their enemies, howling like a wolf. Add to this the ancient superstitions about men who could change shape into wolves, and it was no surprise that many thought the entire country was full of werewolves. For those believers of any modern faith, I know I can understand it's absolutely hard to believe the possibility of ghosts or vampires or werewolves. Yet throughout history, thousands of books were written by Christian, Jewish, Islamic and Hindu scribes confirming they existed. Many of the same people who contributed to books like the Bible, the Talmud or the Quran accepted them as the truth. Romania is also responsible for giving the English-speaking countries the bogeyman, a boogeyman. A bogey in this part of the world is a shape-shifting demon that shows itself as a dark shape, a dark shadow that moves around you. Now, I've actually seen dark things moving. Sometimes you can feel these creatures pressing into your chest as you sleep on your bed, giving you a panic attack if you're in a darkened cellar, the quiet whisper in your ear when you least expect it. The Western world uses these ancient images to keep kids on the straight and narrow. If you're naughty, the bogeyman will get you. The original bogey had only one purpose, and that was to steal the souls of the unsuspecting. Those who did not believe in the miracles of the dark side would be the ones targeted. They would be pursued, harried, persecuted, intimidated, and even hurt, until eventually a group of ever-moving shadows would surround and overcome their victim, speeding around them at a speed you just could not contemplate. It's just too fast for you. It takes your breath away. It sucks the energy from your body. The soul would be taken so that he could never leave the shadow world that many people call purgatory. And here in Romania, it's a gypsy place. And although gypsies are not exactly pagans in the fullest sense of the word, they have shared similar persecution. As pagans were ethnically and religiously cleansed by any faith to uncover them, the Romanies also suffered hugely. Having migrated across Europe in the late 900s, they were condemned as witches by the Christian clergy, who demanded that they should die without trial. It's understandable, as many Christian stories were directly stolen from the ancients. Christmas, Easter, many of the Bible stories. Several of Christ's miracles were stories that were told long before any faith around him existed. They needed to get rid of the old believers, to destroy the proof of their theft, and perpetuate the organized faith that would make them a good living, whilst allowing them to control large numbers of people. The Christian church sent out a document saying that all gypsies were descended from a gypsy woman who had sex with Satan. So in 1500, the leading European lawmakers, the Diet of Augsburg was written, and it ruled that any Christians could kill gypsies without any legal penalty, because the Christians and the Christian leaders stated that gypsies had no right to exist. During the Middle Ages, tens of thousands were executed, thousands burned at the stake as witches. In mainland Europe, they killed gypsies because a bishop told the people that gypsies had made the nails that were hammered into the hands of their Saviour, Jesus Christ. Yet it seems that people never learn. Even within the past 100 years, the ignorant, led by evil men claiming to be the voice of their God. During World War II, the Nazis identified the gypsy as a non-human. They were killed in the death camps. 40,000 of them died in Romania alone. In total, 400,000 gypsies were killed. Alan Robson with you. It's now time. I've put off enough. Just to give you some more backdrop to this amazing place, let's get into the children's room. This stuff happened here too. And hang on. That's a big door. And this is the children's room. You step up again, wood edging. I'm now at the threshold. Now the gypsies believe that you should major noise directly ahead of me in this room. There was a noise there. It's a heavy wooden floor. There is another bear skin rug on the floor. They're horrible things. I feel so sorry for... That's his claws. Let me just bend down and... Oh, dear. The claws are... This bear would probably be about 4, maybe 5 feet. That's all, bless it. Killed to become... Well, who knows? Maybe it was killed so that they could drink the blood and take on the power, the aggression, and the fertility of the creature. There's a mirror to the left stuck on the wall that is all grey and gnarled. There's a strange jousting kind of... I don't know what it is. Looks like a medieval version of Escalado, for those that remember it, like a horse racing game, where 2 knights joust and you pull handles at one side. Quite sophisticated for its time. There's a book reading plinth, you know, where you would put a book and maybe have somebody writing in it. There are candlesticks, and these candlesticks don't have any candles on them. Instead, they just have spikes. And looking out of this window, I can look down at the courtyard where I came in. And if you can hear a kind of a humming noise, that's it. Now, directly to my left-hand side, we call them pelcos. They are cameras used for television people, and they make that kind of noise. It is nothing ghostly or remotely supernatural. There's a small chair here. Oh, jeepers. That is a bit wobbly. And there it is. And on the wall there is the outfit of one of the young children with a ruff around the neck, the big white collar. This guy looks as if there's noises everywhere. I heard some thumping there. The small chairs with leather seats. There's an old-fashioned rocky horse here. Now, I'm going to rock it. It's nothing ghostly remotely. There's a little rocky horse on the right-hand side. Tapestries on the wall. On the main wall, it's approximately 30 foot long. There is a scene of medieval people in long robes enjoying a meal on a table out in the countryside. There's a big castle. It looks like Fagarash Fortress at the right-hand side. The tapestry is old and worn and it's hanging over a window. And as you kind of move along, there are so many things lying around. You've got to be so careful. And there's slight holes in the floor as well. And in the corner of the building, there is a strip. That was about 2 yards away, on the opposite side of the bed that's in the middle of the room. I'm going to go across there, but not at the minute. That was kind of a... Oh, more noise. Listen. I can hear a dog in the distance as well, but I can hear... It's like something dragging something. Can you hear it? Listen. Dogs in the distance, but I can hear something being dragged. That's spooky. Footsteps, listen. Can you hear footsteps? I'm the only one in the castle. I've got the key. Yes, there are people across the other side of the moat, and there's 1 or 2 security people at the main gate stopping anyone getting in. But I just heard footsteps. In the corner of this room there is a wooden cabinet, and inside there are little dolls, and ancient dolls. And metal latches keeping the door. There's a chair to my right-hand side. It's a triangular, 3-legged chair with a triangular seat with a highly engraved back to it. I'm now beside that huge tapestry, and here is where it happened. Here is where the child died. It's a tiny little cot with a red velvet and golden tapestry kind of hanging over the top of it, and then there is a sheepskin base to it. There's a big cushion in there, and it's a tiny crib. It's probably 3 foot, well, slightly less than 3 foot long, just big enough for a baby. And the story was that the Countess had a meeting with a man that she wanted to have sex with, and she was rather driven to be beautiful for these people. And when she realized that she didn't have a handmaiden at that time, that was me. I just knocked something along the floor there as I'm walking. She realized that she didn't have a handmaiden that she could essentially murder to bathe in her blood. Everybody else had had sex. That meant the blood wouldn't work to keep her youthful and gorgeous. There's a very, 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 very strong breeze just moving through here. It's moving the hanging over the bed. The drapes over the bed are starting to swing and swivel. They're moving. That's creepy. That is creepy. Oh, there they go. It's moving like 2 or 3, and I can hear voices. I can hear voices as well, and the cold breeze just made that tapestry above not the child's cot, there's another bed in the middle of the room. And this is where the mother of that child slept. And it's a single bed in here, because this is a woman who had lost her husband fighting for the Bathory cause. And she came up here one night and she noticed that her baby was no longer here. The servant, or the old lady who was a milk nurse, a wet nurse literally, who would... I've just had to move out of there, and this is a bad room. The floors are creepy and creaking, And I'm in a room with more drapes hanging. There is a Christ hanging off the cross to my left-hand side, but there are also masks of horned creatures and a dark picture of the Madonna that seems to have been defiled. In here there is a huge mirror that illuminates the whole room. There are more masks hanging off the wall. They are pagan masks from literally centuries ago. And to my right-hand side, a huge mirror that, I saw that one coming, I wasn't going to make me jump. And to my right-hand side, there is a wolf pelt on the bed and an embellished headstand with snakes and similar. There's a broken pot lying on the floor here. There are a number of pots and priests' vestments hanging over a frame and a tapestry that someone has started to paint and then obviously been disturbed. There's also more religious artifacts, more Christian artifacts. There is a Christ on the cross here lying down and someone has gouged the eyes of Jesus. There's a Bible in front of me that looks like a very, very old and battered Bible. It is lying on the window edge as we speak. In the distance in this castle, you can just pick up strange noises. I feel a bit, I think the phrase is bloated. Truthfully, the amount of stuff that I've had to eat in this country is next to nothing. Yesterday, the only meal that I had across the whole day was a bit of really watery mashed potato and a lump of pork that was so fatty you ended up chucking most of it away. I was starving. To be quite honest, at the present moment, I've got no reason to be bloated remotely. Throughout Romania, from the middle 900s, for about 400 years, the persecution of the ancients took place. Pagans and non-believers. Because you know that, just heard a noise there, big slamming noise. The Inquisition idea had spread across Eastern Europe as floods, so people were forced to leave their own country in what the pagans called the Grand Migration. Major noises. The voice may have come from courtyard below. There's some security people yelling, and I don't think that was from within the building. Originally they were not allowed to torture, but the Catholic Church decided to work their way around that and ordered that all lands and money belonging to unbelievers should become forfeit. That equals theft. And I'm getting a lot of noise from inside now as well. This darkened room is square. There are pagan masks on the wall. There is a bed with a huge bedspread that's made out of kind of wolf pelts. Oh, I just heard a bit of a clinking noise right beside me there. I know there's pots on the floor, but I'm doing my best to not disturb anything in here. And there is a place where you would kneel in a little mini altar that's been set up to the Christ. And right at the side of it, there is something else that's a little bit more paganistic. Somebody stabbing, physically murdering somebody there. And, bugs on me, horrible bugs on me too. That was a big black thing on my shoulder there. So the Catholics had stolen all the land, and for over 400 years the church began to own much of Europe. It became immensely wealthy on the blood of the innocents. In Romania, the clergy unleashed gangs of black-hooded torturers who would hack, brand, burn, stretch, starve, rape, or slice up anybody until they confessed. And they would confess. In 1145, one torturer prided himself in getting confessions from every single heretic he had worked on. Before working on them, he would search for the devil's mark. This could be a mole, a birthmark, a spot, a freckle, a scar, anything the torturer chose. If one couldn't be found, long pins were placed into the body. If the skin did not bleed, they had found the devil's mark. Truthfully, acupuncturists can put needles almost anywhere on your skin without drawing blood. So how did the Romanians torture their victims, and was it different to the rest of the blood-soaked world full of cruel men in search of new techniques? The Romanians, they actually really enjoyed slicing. They would basically begin to cut lumps out of people whilst keeping them alive until a confession is obtained. First slicing off the skin on the fat part of the hand near the base of the thumb. Then they'd take off your cheeks, leaving gaping holes into your mouth. Then they'd remove your ears, your testicles, the soles of your feet, your breasts, buttocks, and so on. Women were gang raped, often tied in town squares where anyone could defile her for a week before the torture ever began. Once the torment started, red-hot irons would be used on the stomach and hot pincers would rip off the nipples. These innocent yet alleged children of the devil could have their feet crushed in iron boots or red-hot sulfur placed on their genitals or armpits. As women lay tied to the rack, if they still would not confess, oil would be poured over their heads and set alight. Often they would be allowed to die horribly, yet sometimes the flame would be extinguished, then more oil poured on and threatened to be lit again, unless the confession was signed. The church had told the Romanian authorities that pagans would use a naked woman as an altar. Now, this is not really true, but it led to horrendous atrocities against women, claiming that Satan admired beautiful bodies. The torturers would make women look ugly and disfigured. Once again, the truth was... What was that? That was right beside me. I'm hearing whispers and voices, and it's definitely inside this time. Definitely. Can you hear that? Anyway, they said that Satan admired beautiful bodies, so they disfigured them, as I was mentioning. Once again, the truth was that most believers in the ways of the ancients would not worship in any conventional way, certainly not with a Christian-style altar, let alone a naked woman. This is almost certainly a concoction created by those to vilify the innocent. Along with the stories that these so-called devil worshippers had sex with snakes and dined on roasted babies, the pagans didn't believe in the devil. The devil's a Christian thing. They wouldn't pray to somebody that they didn't believe in. It was just made up by the Christians. This was the way of allowing Christians to massacre people without getting punished for it. Now, despite being tortured for months in some cases, these people had to confess without torture. They said you had to confess without torture, but they'd already been tortured. So they would be carried, atrociously mutilated, to the church to confess again. And when they did, they were sentenced to die. The reality was that whether they confessed or not, they would end up on the stake. In Romania, they copied the Spanish ceremony of auto de fe, where hundreds, in some cases thousands, of so-called witches, wizards, sorcerers, werewolves, heretics, they would all be put to the torch at once, all together. Almost all of these people were completely innocent, just ordinary men, women, and children, even tiny babies put to the flame. The kindly church had the audacity to give those waiting for the torch to beg forgiveness. And the priests would strangle those that did before the fire was lit. Have no doubt, the persecution of the unbeliever became a major industry. Arresting the right people and claiming a share of their estates could make fortunes for any self-appointed witch finder. In the 1100s, 14 villages were wiped out after the burnings. Agnita, the place where I am, Fagarash, Midias, Blaj, Bresnoi, Brad, Vifuni, Abrud, Sebis, Lugoj, Gerla, Sovata, Simia, and Comenesti. They all had pagan communities, just trying to go about their business without doing harm to a living soul. They were wiped out. The lands were given to the loyal Christians who had fingered the heretics. And that happened here. Is it any wonder there's stuff kicking around? Alan Robson with you in a dark, 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 dark corner of Transylvania. The history of this place is absolutely incredible. That mirror, which is full size to my right-hand side, seems to distort your shape. It's not distorting it to make me look any more handsome, but it's distorting me just a little bit, as if there's a roll in the middle of the mirror, and that kind of just gives it a bit of a creepy edge. Once again, the ceilings in here are very, very high and made of wood, and the floors are really creaky. There's a screen to my right-hand side that I very nearly mentioned to you before that has scenes of like 16th and 17th century life in Transylvania, but life that the ordinary people would know nothing about, because it was only the rich that could afford such things. What the hell? Everywhere you go, there's just... Oh, hello. Footsteps. Listen. Footsteps. With you, we're moving into another area of the castle, stepping down and closing a big door behind me. This is the Knight's Hall. It is a long, grand hall table that stretches about 35-40 feet. There are shields on the wall made of, I've got absolutely no idea. There's a Roman legion spear with depictions of the 14th Legion. I don't know what or where the 14th Legion was, but it was symbolized by a rampant goat with a forked tail. There's also the 20th Legion, Val Vitrix Lige, with a wild boar. And on the corner there are Roman drinking vessels here. There is a huge gong. There was obviously, I don't know whether they used dinner gongs back in those days. Along the walls there are more, the Bathory family crest with wolves rampant, big yellow dramatic flags with kind of a V-shaped in the middle. There is a wolf on the breastplate of, I don't want to touch this because it's a suit of armor, but there's a wolf on it, and there are more shields and similar on the wall. There is another one of those reading frames with two lead weights to hold pages down to my right hand side, and there directly on the wall two archers with dogs by their side ready to fend off the usurper. Directly above my head there is the father of Countess Bathory. More shields on the wall here, a big yellow tapestry hanging down with pheasants, or they might be griffins. It's hard to tell, but in the center of it there is St. George and the dragon. The portrait, it's one of those portraits where you think the eyes of the guy are actually following you in the room. He's ginger haired, so he should like me, and he's got a tash and a beard, and he's obviously far richer than I will ever be. At the table there are knives and pewter plates and old-fashioned knives that are like triangular lumps of metal with bone handles that people used to eat from. There are massive pewter drinking vessels here, forks on pewter plates, a big carving plate in the middle of the dining hall with carving knives that are still very sharp. There are bottles on the table too, old-fashioned drinking bottles. There are metal frames. Oh, something's just moved there. There's metal frames where they would put torches. There's little spiders climbing all over it. At the head of the table there is a throne, and in the recesses where the carved pieces of engravings being done, because there's a crown with kind of flames coming out of it, and in the recesses there's very thick cobwebs where there are spiders continuing to work. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 suits of armor in this particular piece of the castle, and to the left-hand side there are tapestries with dragon emblems that kind of curl and look rather evil and wicked. To my left-hand side there is one of the arrow slits that would lead outside of the castle that seems to have been boarded up, and on the walls more of those shields that people would use to defend themselves in days gone by. This is the Knight's Hall, where decisions were made, decisions that would cost many people their lives. Alan Robson with you live from Transylvania. I don't know whether you can hear, but there's footsteps. I'm picking up footsteps here. And every now and then you hear a knock or a gnarl or a door may close, and you... Speak of the devil. And the door at the bottom of the Knight's Hall has just swung open directly 30 yards away. 30 yards away. Now in the corner of the room leading up, I'm getting voices as well, and voices sound like it's inside. I have to discount the vast majority of the voice things because I do know there are security men in the Grand Square, the Central Plaza kind of area, which is directly outside the 2 huge windows that go almost up to the ceiling and are leaded and have tiny little small panes, but it's pitch black. And in here, oh, I know what this is. I know what this is. Oh, this is the King's Room. It's the King's Room. And on the door there is a wolf pelt covering the entire door. And in here, oh, stuff on me. Flaming thing. The King's Room. To try and describe this, I'm not even sure I would know where to start. This room has pieces of tree hung from the ceiling. They're hanging and they're swaying, and when you touch them they move, and there is bits of plant life on it's just a carved lump of tree, and they've still got bits of greenery hanging from them in various places, and when you touch them they start swinging. And oh, there's something on my leg there. Something's just brushed past my leg. Oh, they've got 1, 2 stuffed wolves. And in light of what happened to me yesterday, I so didn't want to see wolves. Or anything to do with dogs. But, you know, in this place, they used to honour the wolf. The people that fight in this part of the country take on the essence of the wolf. They become vicious and violent warriors. And when they have succeeded in defeating their enemies, either as living or dead people, they howl like a wolf to make any surviving enemies run away even faster. And this is the room where there is an altar to the wolf. All over the floor there are wolf pelts, and you don't make any sound walking on. I'm walking on them now. Wolf pelts. There's lumps of wood, and there's 1, 2 dead wolves. Oh my goodness. And right in the middle there is a wooden altar I'm touching one of those wolves now. God, do you know, after you've been bitten, you just think that it's going to go... dusty. Beautiful, beautiful fur. It's more beautiful when it's not taking a lump out of my leg. And on my right-hand side, there is the altar to the wolf. And here, right in the middle, there is the skeleton of a wolf. It is prone as if it's ready to leap on you, but there's the long spine and the open rib cage and the teeth with huge fangs in front of it. And it is here that they would pay tribute, and they would say a prayer, and they would thank the spirit of the wolf for allowing them a victory. And there in the center is the wolfish skeleton. There's another wolf to my right-hand side, stuffed and looking kind of vicious, its tail down, its mouth open, its jowls looking as if it could salivate. There are more wolf pelts to my right-hand side, and another wolf pelt with an open mouth. The entire body has gone. The eyes just seem to look at you. Horrible. And of course, every time you touch one of these pieces of tree, it starts to move. Oh, listen, listen. 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 Oh. Stuff falling on my hair. Oh, God. Loads of stuff just falling from my hair, on top of my hair. From the sea. Oh, what the hell was that? That was horrible. On my right-hand side, there's ram's skull with curly horns on a windowsill. The windows are all smashed, and yet they're cracked, but they're not broken, if you know what I mean. But you can see spider-esque cracks, and there's more stuff coming down. And every time you brush past one of these wooden tree bits, there's stuff that seems to fall, and these tree things swing, and they believe that to be here in a room where these things are designed to move and swing, it is resemblant of a forest with the wind blowing the trees, and they've placed the iconic figures of the wolf. This is a horrific and terrible place. And in 1688, the popular prince of Wallachia, his name was Serban Cantacuzene. He was poisoned, and the finger was firmly pointed at Turkish conspirators. The prince, who'd been sponsored by Turkey, was about to march on Istanbul to drive his former masters back across the Bosporus and out to Europe altogether. Well, many of the Western powers were said to be in favour of what he was doing without actually dirtying his hands. However, many Romanian historians hinted that it was in fact a plot from within the prince's inner circle. Immediately after his death, 3 of his closest servants all disappeared and turned up 2 years later in a place called Delul Frumos, which means beautiful hill near Fagarash. It's the opposite hill to the one where this fortress is. And it seems that whilst drunken in bed with a prostitute, one of these men, who was independently wealthy, having a fine townhouse, boasted of assassinating a famous man. The girl told her other boyfriend, who threatened to reveal all to the authorities unless he was paid great big sums of money. Eventually the story came out. The man was tied to a tree, a bonfire lit at his feet until he told all he knew. One of his feet had been completely burnt off and withered when he admitted that he and his fellow servants had tried to poison the prince. It was hoped that it would appear that the prince had taken ill and had suddenly perished. But they had used too much poison. Rather than a Turkish plot, it had all been one big internal coup. Having been named, all 3 were about to be tried when a huge crowd gathered, who had all loved the popular prince from the nearby province. They wrestled the poisoners from their guard, took them out to the woods. There they gave them such a beating before gouging out their eyes and leaving them tied to trees in the area where the bears, the wild boar, and those wolves could have them. For nights their screams could be heard until finally the creatures of the forest had snuffed them out. For years parents would threaten errant children. If you're bad, I'll take you to the forest and give you to the dead with no eyes. There have been sightings of ghosts, and villagers were so petrified of a Blair Witch patch of woodland that some criminals were tied to trees in that area to teach them a terrifying lesson. Some were literally scared into madness by their experience. Others were bitten by wolves, killed by packs of wild dogs, and several actually killed by bleeding to death. Former dissident and world-renowned painter Nikolai Sikiu once gave a TV interview about the area, and he said, "To see what this was like, I once tied myself to a tree and spent the night there. I was young and foolish. It was the most intense and horrific thing. I could sense the ghosts of the dead staring at me from out of their blind sockets. This is more than a legend. This was our history, and what is out there is real. After 30 minutes, I could see dark shapes moving around me, noises, whispers, and then something touched me. And when it did, I tried to undo my hands as I had tied them in such a way that I could easily escape. Yet when I tried to undo my binds, they tightened around me. My mouth filled with something dark and I passed out. When I awoke, I was no longer bound and had scratch marks across my face, chest and arms. Let no one be as foolish as I, for the dead do not appreciate my games." And so it was. And so it was. And so it will always be. And that's why, right here, they have recreated inside a room the forest, so you can be closer to being that wolf that you so want to be. This is a terrifying and weird place at this time of night. And I'm unsettled by this room. Unsettled by it. There's something essentially weird about it. They say that in times gone by, to become a wolf, you have to cut open your skin and bleed whilst howling and summoning up the power of the wolf. And you know, when you're back where you are in the West with your comfy tellies and your easy chairs and your lovely radio so you can listen, the TV set I got in my room, it has one channel. And it looks like you're looking through a snowstorm. And you can't make head nor tail of it. Even the Romanians can't. When you come to a primitive place such as this, it is easy, much easier than I'm sure it is for you, to understand. Werewolves think men who were being persecuted by everybody around them. They wanted that persecution to stop, so they would take on the aggressive behavior. They would take on the anger and the bitterness and the misery of that wolf pushed out into the darkness of the forest, kept away from the light, and they were going to have it back. So they became the wolf. They became the animal, the creature that would fight off anyone that came near their land. I understand that. If the only way you can fight is to become an animal, to become a crazed person, to make sure that they would not kill your family, they would not kill your wife, your child, and take your land, you become a wolf. And I understand it. And I hope it's not just because I'm here. This is rough and a violent part of the world, and has been for centuries. Oh, something on my brow. Damn, I've just been mosquitoed again, right on the horn of my temple. I can't make a wolf noise. The theory was I was going to come in here and tell you the story, and I was going to do the wolf noise. I'm not sure I can do a wolf noise. And it kind of feels stupid. Maybe I would need my family to be under threat to be able to do it. People that I loved. Maybe it would take that. Alan Robson, live from Transylvania, Romania.
walk into your grave where I can shower in peace till all our cares have blown away. Let the whole world fall away. I'm falling to my arms. Stay with me. I don't know how long we've got left, and so I'm asking you to forgive me. I learn as I go to float far to silence and just watch your face and find some kind of grace in that quiet bliss. Can I stay and say nothing? Hey. Where will we go when we get old? When the bustle and the noise get so frightening, when each and every angry word is banished to the past, that's when I think we'll learn as we go to float far to silence and now watch your face and find patience and grace in each line there. Walk each day, all for nothing. Yeah. I said, they mean nothing. Walk into the grave with me. Will you leave this empty world, soft and wistful, to sink into the dark tank earth and never reappear? Would be blissful to float far away into eternal space. God's silence where I watch your face, find patience and grace in each line there, drift away and end up nothing.
hello, you're back with me. Alan Robson with you. At the present moment, I'm walking back through the children's room that we visited before and moving through the doors. It was weird. Just as I was leaving there, it was almost like I heard voices, and there were voices in the Romanian, and they sounded from within, and there is a difference. Occasionally you do hear voices outside. I've now got to try and make my way down. I've got so many stories still left to tell you, in a couple of really dark and very nasty places to visit. We're heading there now. And King Stephen I had decided that his new nation would adopt Catholicism, that had funded a lot of his escapades. So being a new Christian, he would use this as an excuse to conquer the pagans. His interference would begin 1,000 years of mostly unwanted influence in Transylvania by the Hungarians that only ended in 1920 with the Treaty of Trianon. And there was some people, I think it was Batu Khan. He was the leader of the Mongols. And he massacred everybody here by allowing the devil's horsemen to ride by. And that means completely killing everyone in sight. Horrific and terrible. There's no other country more synonymous with vampirism than Romania. The province of Transylvania drips with the blood of staked corpses, bitten out windpipes and bodies drained of blood. Yet when you take away the shroud of myth or legend, the truth is just as absorbing. In a land where today villagers take the dead to cemeteries to force a stake through their hearts so they can't rise again, pinning the body to the earth was the only way to be assured that the dead would not return to wreak vengeance on those who live. The Romanians and the Slavs believe in the decidedly evil Nosferatu as firmly as they believe in God, heaven or hell. In Transylvania, it's more commonly the offspring of two illegitimate people. Hang on, let me just dump my bag on there. Briefly, gotta give myself a rest. It's heavy. The social elite can become a vampire if they choose the bounty of blood, or if you've been bitten by a vampire. If you have drank or smeared yourself on the blood of the innocent, or you're the child of bloodsuckers, your path has already faded. You're one of the lost. Many so-called vampires were living beings obsessed with blood, killing to drink or bathe in it. As in today's society across the world, there are a lot of people choosing to live as vampires. Only a few years ago, a German couple admitted killing people so they could eat the flesh and drink their blood. They claimed that it was their vampiric faith they were following, yet received a life sentence irrespective. Back then, vampirism was viewed as powerful, involving sexual rituals, nudity, violence. All of these things have a powerful attraction, even acting as an aphrodisiac to the young and rich. The downside of these aristocratic pursuits was that if you were identified as a vampire, entire towns and cities of people would gather to kill you. No matter what your family's pedigree, they would seek to exorcise you off this planet. A stake placed through the heart. Some thought firing a pistol into the coffin was sufficient, yet the most vicious and vindictive spirits could only be cleansed if you cut off the head, then replace it on the body with its mouth filled with garlic, then extract the heart with your bare hands and burn it. Then the ashes would be strewn over the grave. The walking dead are known as the strigoi or strigoi morti, the spirits that meet to do evil upon the living. In Western society, the nearest to this devilish phenomenon would be the poltergeist, but to the power of 10. Just making my way down the stairs as we speak. A poltergeist who is totally pissed off, suffering from hemorrhoids, premenstrual tension, and a severe anger related to personality disorder. Those who have allowed themselves to be open where these creatures exist have felt nothing but anger, a furious whirling angst that you know is not only violent but dangerous too. In this part of the world, families would regularly check the graves of their families, opening them up on regular occasions to make sure they're decaying naturally. Yet to their horror, many of the corpses were found to be missing, replaced by animal bones. As in the case of Vlad Dracul, they never have found his body. Others were facing downwards, their faces covered with blood. Others found looking healthier than they did in life. On literally hundreds of cases, the body awoke and the family had to dispatch the body a second time. In the West, we never check our bodies, so how can we be certain that they remain where we placed them? Recently, a producer and a good friend of mine called Jill discovered a possible link to Countess Bathory having a deformed inbred child who'd been hidden from society. And it was in this place that child was kept, out of sight. Tales like that sound far-fetched, yet this kind of stuff exists in a land where bizarre things are commonplace. In 1997, a government minister from Romania said, "Vampires and spirits are as common here as leaves of grass or berries in a pail." And you know, he was right. Alan Robson with you, live from Făgăraș Castle in Romania. Now, I'm moving away, and the reason I'm doing that is, even this late at night, and it's very, 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 very late here, there is a part of this castle that nobody can actually get to. In the main area, they're having some kind of wedding reception in front of the castle, so therefore they're keeping everything really, really quiet. But we're having outbreaks of noise. So, fortunately, the two areas of the castle that are furthest to... Oh, strange noise. I'm actually outside walking beneath the opposite tower to the one that I've just been in. To my right-hand side, there is the Wolf Gate. Now, that leads directly out to the moat where a lot of the gypsies here were killed. They were drowned, the rocks were tied to them, they were hurled into the moat, and obviously they died. In total, they enslaved 25,000 gypsies here. That's what happened. To my left-hand side, there is a wooden bonfire that has not been lit, but it's to my left-hand side. And you move further on, and you see the castle wall. And one or two voices coming from the front of the castle. Ignore them. They're nothing remotely spooky. They're a scorpion. A massive scorpion's just climbed across like a dung heap on my right-hand side. There are nettles like thigh-high as I'm wading through it. I don't know whether you can tell that I'm actually doing that. Radio, it's quite tough at this time of night because you can't see where you're walking, and when you know that there are literally thousands of scorpions kicking around and they can kill you, it does kind of get you being a little bit. I'm wearing a pair of boots that are so thick, and that's the reason that you get more tired more quickly. Can you hear the crickets? It's just a majorly sized cricket there. Didn't know whether you got it. It's cricket noises. In amongst the dark undergrowth, there are thistles bursting through, like similar to a Scottish thistle. There's an outhouse to the left-hand side where they used to store, apparently, coffins. Very, very simple coffins that had hatches on the bottom. So you would put the body into it, let the body fall through, and then you could reuse the coffin. And here is one of the blackest areas of the castle. I'm going now, as if I haven't been, frankly, scared witless enough. I'm now going into the torture chamber, and it's down outside the castle, built into the outside castle wall. There's just a hole, and you go down it, and down it, and down it, and suddenly you're there. Now what I'm going to do, and again I must take this huge pack and dump it on one of the tables. Late at night when you're wrapped up like that, it is so heavy. I'm in here, and again there's a huge arched roof, massive pillars that are the thickness of some people's living rooms. Well, no, that's exaggerating. Box rooms. And sorry for panting. You've got to carry batteries and so much of a ton weight to be able to broadcast across the sea, which is why nobody else is dumb enough to do it except me. On the walls here, more shackles, and leg shackles at the base, kicking them with my feet there. More shackles on the wall here. There's lots of... Oh, there's a scorpion. There's the big... Oh, he's just gone underneath a rock. Stay there, please. There's a big pile of... Hang on, I'll just kick his house. Big pile of rocks here. And you've got to be so careful. You really don't touch them with your hands, because you'll find something that's physically on it, and you've got to be very, very careful. In the middle, there's a wheel hanging from the ceiling and a huge, like, chimney-esque hole that leads to the top. They would hang people on this wheel, and as the wheel kind of moved from side to side, they'd whip him, they'd lash him, they'd touch him, they'd peel flesh from his bones, they'd take his eye out. You know that pile of rocks? Maybe I unsettled the rocks when I kicked them, and something else has just fallen over. On the wheel to secure people. More manacles. There's manacles everywhere. Oh, hang on. Is this what I think it is? I think it is. It's an Iron Maiden. There's an Iron Maiden here. Where's the front? Is this the front? Hang on. I can't see. It's so black. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Oh, it's locked. Don't think there's anybody in there, do you? This time of night, you could believe it. To my right-hand side, there is a boarded-up window, no light getting in at all. Stones on the ground. wooden seats. In the corner, there is the isolation cell, which is a single cell where they would just put somebody in an isolation cell and leave them there until they died, rotted, and then they'd pull out the weeping flesh and decomposing cadaver and then place it on display. Across the opposite side, there are candelabras with 7 spikes for candles. There are candles in place. There's another wheel facing downwards, and they would hang people. They would put somebody on the wheel, manacle them to it, and then hang them upside down above a fire, and they would literally roast the flesh off his veins. And hang on to these. They swing as well. They move around, and I've just moved that one. Isn't anybody else moving it? That was me, but it does look twice as spooky. There's some more of those things where you would put fire and a rack. There's a massive rack here. Oh, fantastic. It's a real one too. That's fantastic, to stretch people's bones. And there's various implements like this one that you would, it's got a sharpened end that you would hack through the body. Oh, there's almost like a toasting fork. Looks like a thing, like a tuning fork thing. There's one of these in Dracula's castle. Instead, the 2 points are exactly in your eye line, and you would hammer them in there. To my right-hand side, there is a foot crusher. It's like a vise with a screw handle that you would screw around and around and around and around down somebody's foot until the foot was completely crushed. There's a dark room on my right-hand side, a massive empty chamber that is pitch black. I'm looking in, and there's something making me not want to go in there. Why is everything to do with my senses telling me not to go in here? I'm going in here. Alan Robson with you. Oh, there's just some really loud flying thing just gone past my head. I'm in this room now with, again, circular holes in the ceiling and large chains hanging. This is where they did that horrific torture, and I must... Oh, shit. Hang on. Oh. There's a... Oh, excuse me a sec. There's a sting in the air here, and it gets in your lungs. Oh, now I've got to get out. Do you know, as a room, it doesn't look any kind of threat. Oh. Did you hear that on my lungs? Excuse me. There's like a thing in the air, and I don't know whether it's just dust kicked up maybe by what I was walking, but it's the, they used the place as a crematorium through there, so I don't know whether it's human ash. I don't want to think about having anybody else in me. In front of me, I've come back into like the torture chamber area. There's a stocks where you put your head through and your 2 little armholes. There's a seat that you sit on, or not, and it looks like a swing with the stocks above it. However, you would put your head through the hole, your arms through the 2 holes, your feet would be standing on this swing that's about 2 feet, which meant your back would be bent, and they would keep you in that position for 2, 3, 4 weeks, a month, 2 months. By the time you got off there, you were crippled for life, and you never regained full use of your back. There's a small metal, I kicked it to make a noise and it didn't. On the floor, there's a small metal arrangement where you would put your hot coals, whole host of torture gadgets, not dissimilar from Dracula's castle. There's a pair of tongs there. That's a thing for taking people's eyes out. This is for taking people's heads off. Manacles. Oh, the witch's bell. The bell to summon spirit. I'm in a torture chamber of the dead at Fagarash Castle. So wherever you are connected to me by radio. Wherever you happen to be, the Scottish borders, the North Riding of Yorkshire, Cumbria, the North East Coast, our friends in America, our friends in Australia, in Turkey, those friends at the NAFI, on the oil rigs in the North Sea, in Baja California we have many night owls, in Canada. We are all linked together by energy, by radio waves. That is energy. And now I am asking you and me to summon spirit by ringing the witch's bell. It'll have worked for somebody. Another pair of tongs. Another pair of tongs. You would heat pieces of red hot coal and you would place them on the chest of somebody lying prone on the rack, and it would be so hot that it would just burn through the skin into the inside stomach cavity. Pair of pliers there. Various devices for poking and hacking at people. As you get further along, we are now below ground. At this side, there is another rack, and there's a table loaded with various tools of one kind or another. Oh, including a bone saw. A bone saw. Very nice. Some more manacles, some more pincers, some more metal spikes to pin the dead to the ground. There's another pile of rocks and stuff over to my left-hand side. And, whoa, what was that? Bats. We got bats in here too. And a lot of stuff flying around. Bits of metal lying everywhere. And here's another one of those, you put fire and coals in and it burns. Another candelabra over to this side, and there are wooden things up against the wall, and more manacles on every place that you go. There are manacles, and as you just heard a big thump to my left hand side. Don't know what that is, don't like it. It sounded like kind of a footprinty thing. I know we rang the bell asking for a little bit of help, but there's a big saw hanging off the wall with a side with a very, very sharpened point that they would obviously cut people with. And it's when things happen close to you that it actually spooks you a little bit more. There's a sword hanging from the wall as well, and it's got like 3 points stuck onto the side of it because they didn't let an inch of any tool go. If they could make it even more deadly, then they would definitely do that every single time. There's another blasted noise. Did you hear that? It's kind of like a thump on the ground. A major noise. Oh, hang on, there's a bit, you know those huge balls that people would tie around their ankles? There's one here on the floor, and it is very, very heavy indeed. So many things to see in places like that, and I'm trying to sense things. You open yourself up, but you don't want to be silly with it. You don't want to misinterpret the kind of stuff that's flying around here, because there's so much of it. You don't want to miss anything. You don't want to allow a scorpion to sting you. Now, I seem to be walking a fair distance. This is the size of 1, 2, 3. If you can imagine a 4-bedroomed house, this is 4 4-bedroom houses side by side. That's how big this is. It's 2 stories high, although obviously only the downstairs bit is being used. And you, whoa, cheapers, creepers. Sorry, I am approximately 40 yards away from where I just was. Let me go back. There was a major clanging, kabangy noise. And again, I just hope you pick up some of the things that I'm getting. Oh my good gracious. I think this is where it was. Now, on the bottom there is a grill where fire would be held, and above it, I didn't see this. Right in the far corner, there is a cage. It's like a huge bird cage, like probably a parrot cage, except it's big enough to put probably 2 men in. It's got manacles in the bottom. Did this make the noise? Because it was like a canyon. Yeah, it could have been. Here's the gate that allows you to get in it. You are chained inside. It's hanging from the ceiling. And they would light a fire underneath this. The bottom of the metal would become white hot, and you'd start literally cooking. And when your feet burnt and you were down to your stumps, you would fall and you would burn your hands. The entire cage would become red hot, and you would cook and sizzle in it, and there would be the smell of crackling pork. And this thing has just made a noise. I've now touched it and started it swinging, which makes it 10 times scarier than it was when I first saw it, even though I heard that there was a clangy noise here. Now, unless it was the most short-sighted bat on earth, I don't know what would make that noise. There's a bench here with some more shackles in it. Jeepers, I just rationalise. Every time you're anywhere, rationalise. Discount 95%. I always say that. Take away 95% of whatever that could be. What was big enough to make a noise on something that is approximately a yard off the ground and suspended by a chain? What could make that make any kind of racket at all? I'm stepping nearer the door, and I've got one place left to go, and I'm heading there now. Alan Robson with you. It's my final visit. And again, I'm loaded up with me pack and I'm prancing down here past haystacks that they stick a stake in the middle of to hold it in place. And something eerie about a haystack at this time of night where you walk past it and there's creatures living on it and in it, and the birds that are roosting the castle wall as you look up and you see clouds across the moon and a darkness there. We had major thunderstorms yesterday. To be quite honest, during the day I was doing a blessing of incantation, and as I said the line, and they've caught this on camera because we were doing a full rehearsal at the time. As I was doing an incantation, I said, "And let there be darkness," and some lightning hit the generator and everything went off. Pretty much everybody, including myself, almost pooed our pants. On the left-hand side, I'm looking down about 150, possibly 200 yard strip of land that runs. We're on the inside wall of the castle, yet there's the outside wall, then there's a wall just inside that in case anybody breached the first one. Then you got to get past the second one. Then you got to get across this bit of land up to the fortress wall, where the nearest place of entry is about 25 feet up a wall. So this is a hard place to breach. And at the far end there is a bonfire that they always keep lit. Is almost like you know how there's like the eternal flame for the unknown soldier. It's a similar kind of principle. And here there's a wooden cart directly in front of me, and I've just watched a bee go in a screw hole where the screw is missing, and the entrance to a beehive that you cannot see is in the screw hole, and there's bees coming in and out of it, and that's into like the handle of this donkey cart with wheels to the left and to the right, of course, 4 wheels, a chain underneath it. And this is the kind of stuff that a lot of people travel around in. It's amazing. Now on my left hand side, this is a coffin. I'm not kidding. There's a coffin just poking through the ground, because over the past 100 or so years this end of the castle was used as a graveyard, and there's actually a body in there. This is an old coffin. It's poking out the ground. It looks worn. There's a slight gap in it, but it's too dark for me to be able to look inside, and I'm not sure that I would want to anyway. To my right hand side there is the ground is very, very wet directly in front of me as we speak. Now there's a ramp leading down. What is this? Oh, this is the burial hall and the excavation area. Now, they did have a whole load of archaeologists and historians and architects in here. 5 others, massive spider just climbing along the rail. I was just about to put my hand on the rail and then you see one of these wolf spiders. And as I mentioned before, one of these jumped on my neck. I've got a big lump on my neck. Thanks to one of those guys. They believe in attacking rather than defending as the best form of defense, maybe. And you walk down here, there's no stairs, it's just a long, like a ramp kind of thing going on. This is where the most amazing things are. This is really what kicked off my visit here, because I need to be told that places are active, and this place is active. No question about it, but it's pointless traveling across the world if you're going to a place in the hope that, especially if you're going to do a radio program, you need to know that there's stuff going on, and there's stuff going on here, and it's in this room. Just ducking down underneath. These are the burial chambers that they opened up. They're massive and they're monstrous. To my right hand side there is the first, and the ground is not solid. There are 2 areas where they've uncovered friezes, and I'm staring down at one, and there's 2 crusaders fighting the pagans, and the pagans all have skeleton bodies and heads with little horns, skulls with horns, and the crusaders are being defeated by them, and there's water lying in them because we've had those storms. And in front of me there are 2 huge skeletons through a hole. There's another frieze here with more of those horn-headed creatures, and directly underneath there's a hole, and you can see a human bone sticking out of there with with a skull beneath it, because these are the burial chambers, and yet on top of the burial chambers there's these horrendously evil looking friezes with the skull heads with the horns, and they're approximately 10 feet by 5, and you move back across and you have to go up 1, 2, 3, whoa, back down to 3. This is heavy, the stuff I'm carrying. And here's another frieze on the floor. Oh, it's like a mosaic, and it is of a sword going through the eye of a skull, and it's on the floor directly beneath me, and there's tables where the archaeologists were doing their work, and they've left various tools. Why are the tools still here? Well, when they were in here, there was a swirl. Oh, jeebus, you fool. While they were in this place, there was a swirling of dust that got into their lungs and made them choke. Wasn't that what's just happened to me at the other end of the castle? I'm just putting 2 and 2 together like the idiot that I am. There was a swirling of dust. It got into their lungs and it made some people sick. The architects and archaeologists and historians just legged it. They just got out of here and they refused to come back. Oh no. Oh, no. Just give me a second. Get my pack off. Said it was heavy. Down here there's another hole in the ground. Now, the question is, I've always said to everybody, whenever they're in a place like this, you must show absolute respect. Complete, total, and absolute respect. And there's a coffin in the ground, and the wood on it is broken. And I'm touching human bones through the hole in the coffin. Inside the coffin there's like a wadding. It looks like a monk's kind of, you know, that kind of sackcloth kind of thing. The wood is broken. It's snapped and all twisted, peeling off, and it's still nailed to it, but it's, and then beneath there's these. This is the sound of human bone. And I'm touching his leg now. Bless you, whoever you are, rest in peace. I always believe that it's just the husk left behind after the body is gone. Oh, I don't understand that. Oh, there's spiders building their web over it. He has no head. There's the rib cage. I'm honestly not being disrespectful. This is merely the way we will all end. Here's a rib cage. That's the ribs. This is the spinal column. And there's the hips. Let's see if it's a man or a woman. You can tell it's a man. They're thinner around the kind of pelvic area. You can tell it's a man. He's approximately, what's an average head? About a foot, with the neck at a foot to this, because he's been decapitated, and judging by the spinal column, it was a very clean cut. He's been beheaded, possibly had his head hacked off with a sword or an axe. I would say this guy would be about 6'6", which is quite a size. And his coffin's burst open. They did diggings here, and the diggings created a cavern, and the cavern made the ground slip. And I'm in the area where the graves have just tumbled, opened, and crashed. And maybe it was the disrespect shown by moving all of the earth to damage the final resting place of some of these people that has caused the problems that we've been having. I know that when I was in that room before, I clearly saw the figure of a black shape just move whiz across one of the columns, and it was fabulous to know that it just reconfirms the things that I've come to believe, because I didn't always believe. I need to be shown, I need to see before I can believe. And then you discover there are certain things that you can do to allow you to see spirit, to see ghosts, to see energy. So you come to places that have a history or that you hear are active so that you can indulge yourself. And the most important thing, it's a validation. Alan, are you really going mad? Is it all frankly bollocks? And it isn't. And it absolutely isn't. Okay, discount the odd noise. Discount the voices, because there have been security people around. Discount that if you choose. Discount the odd clank and bang. Discount it all. I saw that man's figure move across that column, and it could not possibly have been mine. I saw it clear as day. I've had some weird feelings, some chills, some goose pimples, and I hope maybe that I've shared the odd one with you as you've joined me from across the other side of the world. But when you get out into the wild lands, as I am now, you become understanding and maybe counting our blessings of how lucky we are to have all the wonderful things around us. The Romanian people are fabulous. The Transylvanians have shown me nothing but immense kindness. Their food is horrible, but as people, they're wonderful. This land, you can buy a 4-bedroom house for 50 grand in land that would be equal in beauty to Provence in France or southern Italy. The sun shines, the storm comes, and then the sun shines again. Beautifully hot. During the day, the temperatures here have been about 85 degrees. Everybody's in shorts. But it's a primitive thing. And if you expect the kind of lifestyle, you know, at McDonald's and fast food, forget it. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. The tattiest, dirtiest street corner supermarket that you have ever seen anywhere in the north is the best supermarket they have in this part of the world. They've got a long way to come, and yet they live in peace and they don't fight with one another, and that is to be honoured and respected. I've had an incredible time. You know, we talked about the brides and the cars honking their horns. We've had a bit of that during today too. That's proof that life goes on. Sex has been done here tonight, and I hope it was a good one. I just want to say a huge thank you for your indulgence, for putting up with my passion, because that's what it is. Passion, obsession, and I thank you for it. I have bled for this trip. I have been never more terrified in my life as I was last night. When I got lost earlier on, I got another bit of that panic. I've kind of regained a little bit more strength, poise, and a little bit of that courage has come back. Oh, said he just putting his head in cobwebs. I'm coming out of the excavation area. There are cobwebs across the ceiling here, and it's nasty. But I do thank you for putting up with my obsession, and I hope maybe it's a little bit of your obsession too. An obsession to find the truth. Not any of the bull, not any of that. I want to hear your stories, certainly. But like you, I want proof every time I can. And you do come to places like this and discover that it's stained. That all of the blood spilled here, all of the murder and the torture and even just like this guy beside me, an open coffin, and you open the coffin and he's decapitated. In every direction, beneath our feet, I'm surrounded by death tonight. And yet, it is proof to me that life goes on, that we don't have to fear death, because we're just a step away from a new beginning. That's my belief. Whatever your belief is, stay true to it. As for me, I was filming English time from 6 o'clock this morning. 6 o'clock, which is 8 o'clock Romanian time, but it's 6 o'clock your time. I've been working with only the worst bit of watery mashed potato, and I'm ready to get out of here. So I thank you for your company. You have greatly honoured me, and I'm grateful to you for that. From me, Alan Robson, thank you again. Good night. God bless you, and I wish you well.